Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna kogabu.
I jìnnà sí wọn bí sọmọ sílẹ̀ o ara ló ń ta wọn ṣe mọ́ o náà bá sunkún sójú bẹ̀rẹ̀ má ti fi gbé sọ kó fẹ́ yẹ ẹyẹ kó lọ ìgbín sọnù sígbó wọn dúró títí ọwọ́ wọn ò tó ìṣó máa ṣe ta ní kókó ṣòkòtò tí olókùn ó dá kìtìyàn ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Àbọ̀dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Ọmọ iná náà mi arán síná. Orí mi dákun má ṣì mí lọ́nà o. Mo tẹríba fàdàgbà o. Àgbà ẹ foríjì ni. Ojoojúmọ́ ni mo ń pọ́n wọn lé. Mo ń ṣèyá sí àwọn àgbà o. Mi ò fojú tí ń rìn wọn láyé. Ọmọdé ẹ má fàgbà ṣe yẹ̀yẹ́. Torí oníkọ́ tó yọ lání. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Màmá ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Wọ́n máa ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Bọ́lájú kòkòrò bá pẹran nígbó tó bá fúnra ẹ̀ pín ló dára jù o. Kọ̀wé mi á jẹ́ dàgbà o. Èyí mo rí màrò ẹ̀kọ́ gbogbo náà ní ilé ayé. Sùúrù ní ṣẹ́gun ohun gbogbo. Ẹ má ṣèké mo ní ẹ má dalẹ̀. Ẹ má forí wórí ìkìlọ̀ ló jẹ́. Ẹ̀yin forí wórí yóò ṣàbàmọ̀ o. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé o. Nílé ayé o. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé. Dẹ́bìtọ̀ rẹ̀ àtàrà ilé o. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé. Wọ́n gbọ́ pé ọjà tán nílùú Ṣókótó. Wọ́n múra wọn sáré kẹ́rù sọ́kọ̀ o. Àyàn ọmọ ògbóògùn wo. Wọn ò béèrè lọ́wọ́ orí. Orí lọ́mọ mẹ́wàá lọ ìyàwó. Ohun tí ẹ wá lọ sí Ṣókótó. Ohun rẹ̀ lápò Ṣókótó mo sọ. Àkúnlẹ̀yàn ọmọ ẹ̀dá láyé. Kò lè yí padà mo ń tẹnu mọ́ o. Olórí làlá bàrò. Orí làlá bàrò. Olórí làlá bàrò. Mo lórí làlá bàrò. Olórí làlá bàrò. Orí mi gbé mi níjà o. Olórí làlá bàrò. Làlá bàrò. Olórí làlá bàrò. Oríjà jogun ìkànnì wọn rí. Má fi wá fáyé mu nílé ayé wa o. Olúwa àgbẹ̀ wa níyà o. Àmì nílé ayé wa. Ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ ni wá. Ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ lẹ́yìn. Ṣọ́wa nínú àpamọ́ kìnìún. Ejò olóró àkékè. Ṣọ́wa nínú ìdàgìrì ayé. Dáàbò ẹ̀bùn wá fi ṣọ́rẹ́ ṣọ́wa o. Mo sádì ọba bá lókè. Mo sádì ọba bá lókè o. Mo sádì ọba bá lókè. Mo máa sádì ọba bá lókè o. Mo sádì ọba bá lókè o. Olúwa gbé wa níjà o. Mo sádì ọba bá lókè o. Kó má fi wá sílẹ̀ o. Mo sádì ọba bá lókè o. Olúwa má fi wá sílẹ̀ o. Mo sádì ọba bá lókè o. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́.
All right, let me play you one more so I can land on the screen. I forgot to remove that. You know this image you see on your screen? Can you guess who sent it in all those while ago? That was actually Zita. It was Zita that sent that image in. Zita, just a very strange woman, but there it is. That's why we love her so much. Let me play you one last one, and then you see this one here? I'm going to play you this one, but it's going to come into play post February the 20th, 2026. So this clip that I'm about to play you now, I want to recite it in the outer recesses, the back of your mind. Let me just call it that way. I want to recite this clip I'm about to play you now at the back of your mind so that I can bring it forward post February the 20th, 2026.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
All right, can you tell me in the comment section where that clip came from? Can you tell me in the comment section where that clip came from? Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. So who did they get and where was that coming out of? So good day to you, good to be in your company and all that. This was meant to be yesterday's session, but the story is still very much relevant to what is going on now. Which image looks like man of prestige? And by the way, let me commend the after hours for the last session we had. You know, it was elegant to listen to. I think that was the first time in a long time that I listened to the after hours and people were just not tussling the microphone. You know, they were quite civilized. People got to speak. They passed it round. It was quite a smooth listen to. Often when you listen to the after hours, they're just struggling the microphone from themselves. So that was a real delight. Mike was there. I saw his name. That's what I even sent him a note to say, look, this is one of the better after hours. But good day to you. Good to be in your company and all that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? Hope you've had a wonderful day so far. Hope the day carries on in the same wonder. The wonderment that is that your Oyo Alaafin friend. This is me. I'm your Oyo Alaafin friend. So Shokoto to look. Oh, there was one thing I wanted to show you. You know, I often tell you, maybe I'll show you. Oh, all right. Maybe I'll show you tomorrow. Actually, I wanted to show you a clip of where I come from. You know, I've often told you that that I come from a place called Akimori, you know, which is just a tiny little restive settlement. Oh no, I don't want this guy on my screen. No, that's enough. All right. So, you know, I've often told you that I come from a place called Akimori, which is a tiny little restive settlement within the wider Oyo space. And where I come from, we don't have an Oba. That's the one thing. We don't even have a Bale, which is the lower grade. In most settlements, they have at least a Bale. We don't have a Bale where I come from. Do you know what we have where I come from? We have an Oluawo. That's what we have. I wanted to show you the Oluawo's palace and who the Oluawo of Akimori is, but maybe I'll show you. Maybe in the course of this, I can know how to work. I don't know. Akimori. No. You're looking at the literal translation. No, it doesn't translate literally. You know, it's a nuanced something. So, like I was saying, we don't have an Oba, we don't even have a Bale, we have an Oluawo. And I wanted to show you the Oluawo of where I come from, but that's just an aside. Good day to you, good to be in your company. As I said, always a delight, never taken for granted, always a pleasure, never a chore. Always a pleasure. Anytime I'm in your company is always with delight and not with effort. So thank you for being here. The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button just as I'm inviting you to do so. Please do so. Click on the like button. Do that. And then subscribe if you're not already subscribed. We're pushing numbers up. You see we're on 44. But before, I don't want to say anything, but we're testing 100,000 subscribers. We've made no secret of that. But we are setting mini targets on our journey to that space. So if you have no reasons, as you're listening to the sound of my voice now, if you are not subscribed and you have no reason not to be subscribed, then make that effort and subscribe now. So every single person that is listening to the sound of my voice now, watching this interacting with the platform at this particular moment in time, you should be subscribed. And if you're not subscribed, then please do that. So every single person now listening exactly right now should and must be subscribed. So like and subscribe. Push numbers up. We've been aggressive with it this time around. Pardon me. So like and subscribe. And then if you want to come and join me on the screen, come in via the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So that's the hyperlink right there. I'll copy it and paste it in the comment section again. So if you want to, there's just so much going on within the Nigerian news cycle. You see the headline. The headline speaks to the attempted arrest of El-Rufai at the... Actually, let's watch that moment before we even go any further. Let's watch that moment where they attempted to arrest the Akuru Kete of Kaduna State. So this was the attempted arrest. So we started from here.
Nobody, listen, nobody, not even the president, will tell you I have to do anything. It's a free country. If you want a letter, if you want to invite me,
invite him and then he will.
But one day is say Ajay He's our leader. Nothing will happen. Ajay!
nobody will arrest him.
So that was the moment El-Rufai arrived at the airport, and that was his alleged apparent attempted arrest. So I'm putting it in that tone because, of course, if the DSS or the Efcc wanted to arrest him at the airport, they would have arrested him, and nothing would have stopped that. So they said they attempted to arrest him, but the people power forced it back. The people power cannot force back an arrest now. What are they going to do? Are they going to start doing jab-jawid in the airport? No. If they wanted to arrest him, they would just take him into a cubicle, put handcuffs on him, and ferry him away to wherever it is they want to take him to. But that was the moment that El-Rufai landed at the Nigerian airport, and all of the kerfuffle ensued. All of the kerfuffle ensued. So, like as I said, subscribe. Every single person listening to me right now, you should subscribe. If you have no reason not to, then please do. I'll be pushing it all the way through this session. We want those numbers going up. So subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Click on the like button as well. So we're talking about the attempted arrest of El-Rufai and all of the drama that ensued. So we'll be discussing that. But that El-Rufai, arrest or no arrest, it has beclouded even more important news that came out today. Did you know that INEC has now set the timetable for the elections? They've set a date for the elections, and it's the 20th of February. All of that lost in the hoopla that surrounds the El-Rufai narrative, but the date for the elections is now set and known. So and also they've requested a budget now, INEC, and Nigerian elections are getting increasingly expensive. 873 billion naira is what they are asking for to spend. If you do the conversion, we're getting in the region. That's where the nexus of that what's that, $600-700 million thereabout. Although the Buhari elections was a lot more expensive. And then there's this one as well. This now next headline is for the aficionados. It's for people that are really steeped and satiated within politics. Germany says Buhari's $2.3 billion Siemens power deal dormant until Tinubu revived it. So quite what that means. Do you remember when we used to have all this spectacle of was it Abba Kyari, who was Buhari's go-to man then? He was going back and forth the Germany to Berlin, telling us that electricity is now just around the corner. the Germans have now come out to tell us that all of it was a ruse, all of it was a scam. So all of it was a ruse and all of it was a scam. So we'll also be touching base to see how the international space actually looks at what is going on in Nigeria. We're talking in terms of how the development and evolution of that country, how the international space is digesting it, as opposed to how the Nigerian space is consuming it. So we'll be looking at that as well. We're looking at a whole raft of everything, any and everything. We're looking at Deji Adeyanju coming into play to speak to the what's it called, to the El-Rufai narrative. So we're looking at a whole raft of all sorts. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, do this. You see, as I'm doing now, put your hands up and surrender yourself to the experience for however long it lasts. Just do this. Before you do this, so go and get your hot chocolate, your nibbles, are you a chin man or a stick meat man? Just get whatever it is you need to get together and then surrender yourself to the experience for however long it lasts. So we'll be looking at all that. But as ever, you know, we always start with curious statistics that we've seen in the course of the day. A lot of it often sent in by subscribers. And by the way, if you want to send anything to me, just send it to my Instagram handle. I'll find the window to post it at some point. All of you should know my Instagram handle already. But if you want to bring anything to the fore, to say, oh, what do you think of this? Show this on the platform, all of those sort of things. Just send it to me, and then we'll bring it forward. But let me start it off with this random data, if only just so I can close it and remove it from my screen. Suya galo that now, but you can't have suya and hot chocolate. And by the way, people super chat towards the stream as well. I thought everybody had lost their wallet until your super chatted. I can't even remember the last time anybody super chatted the stream. The only person that ever really does super chat is Ayo. So it's not an exclusive preserve of Ayo. Everybody should feel free. You know, there's an expense to this. Do you know that? Anyway, let me not even go there. You say Shawala, and all that. But there's an expense to this stream, you know, by the way. You may not know it, but I think you probably suspect it. There is an expense to it. A lot of the things that enables these things to take place, a lot of them are paid for. The StreamYard that I'm doing is paid for. You know, the things that I used to research, they are paid for. You know, so there's a lot of expense that actually goes towards these things. Not to labor you with it, but if you super chat, then it's coming from you, not from me. So all that. No, Mr. Pelebola. And by the way, say hello to me in the comment section as well. And I'll say hello back. So let's do the hellos and then we kick it off. Yes, we kick it off with that one. So let's do the hellos and then we kick it off with that one. So let's who was the first thing? So we have David right there. David, I won't attempt your last name, David, because it's wrapped around your first name. So that's David right there, who is saying Niger and drama there's never a dull moment in Nigeria, David. So that's David right there. That's Arogidigba right there, of course. That's Aro right there. That's Ayo right there, saying it with the elegance. You know, the hellos sound even better when it's done with the super chat. So that's Ayo right there doing it the proper way. That is Farouk Mutiu right there. Saying what, Sherry, I think he especially enjoyed one of the musics from the intro. That's He KO right there. Hello, DJ One Man. Federal character in your choice of music. Niger for life. So it was a Wazobia set, wasn't it? So thank you for that. So that's Jajon right there. Also known as Niger Man. Good to see you, my guy. That is Suraj right there. Baba Suraju and all that. Good to see you, my fellow. That's Mike, of course, known to every man and beast on this platform as Mike Adewale. So that's Mikey Mike right there. Mighty Mike to his friends. Not so much Terror Mike to his enemies. Mighty Mike to his friends. terror mic to his enemies. Or to his detractors. Nobody has, I don't, the word enemy. So that's Babatunde Martins right there, also known as Baba, of course, Baba. So everybody keeps saying hello, and then when I pause for a moment, I'll acknowledge your presence, say hello back. So let's get started. And I want the subscription numbers going up, by the way, but let's get started with some of these random data that we pick up and we bring to your attention. So we're looking at, everybody seems to have surrendered to the population number that they tell us about Nigeria. But the data, if you look at data and historical data and growth rates and birth rates, you may want to think that the population number is somewhat is skewed. It's not realistic. So if you look at this now, this is coming from the World Statistics sort of a space. So they're comparing Nigeria's population growth with that of Japan. So as early as the year 2000, which is what 25 years ago thereabout, the Nigerian population was estimated at 122 million. In Japan, they had 126 million. That was as early as the year 2000. Is that the year 2000? So that was as early as the year 2000. So now, from the year 2000, just look at these figures, by the way. From the year in 2000, Nigeria's population stood at 122 million, and Japan 126 million. So Japan then had 4 more million people than us. That was in 2000. So leapfrog to 2022 and look at this. So this is to tell you then that the Nigerian population, you should just take that data and throw it in the bin. Within 22 years, Nigeria has nearly doubled in population size. From 122 million people, we now have 218.5 million people just within 22 years. But the Japanese population has actually shrunk because they are keeping proper data. They are 123.9 million people. So how is that possible? So that tells you all you need to know about the correlation of the Nigerian population size. In 22 years, the country doubled in size, essentially, from 122 to 219 nearly. So that's just forget. Anyway, we don't keep proper data in Nigeria anyway. So that just tells you the nonsense that is the Nigerian population size. Let's go on from that to this. So let me start closing those things up because I've got too many items on my screen. So let me close that one. So that's already been brought to your attention. So now, when African countries introduced election technology, so all these biometrics, etc., they've been doing it in the Congo since 2005 to 2006, Burkina Faso 2007, biometric system, Togo 2007, Nigeria 2011. So we keep claiming we're the giant of Africa, but we're not giant in progressive. But all these francophone people apparently allegedly got there before us. The first to make that move, it was Congo, DR Congo, 2005 to 2006. Biometric voter registration introduced electronic voting machine in 2018. So they're actually even doing electronic voting in Congo now. I'm not quite sure what system they have to support that. Burkina Faso biometric system, that's 2007. Togo biometric system, also 2007. Nigeria 2011. Biometric registration 2015. PVC plus smart card reader 2023 Beaver. So at least it's an evolving system within the Nigerian space. Ghana and on it goes. So that gives us that. Right. What other data do we have? It's only really to clear my screen. I've got so many items on the screen. It's unbelievable. I think that's why the system always Did I drop something? That's why the system always quakes. All right. Did we already look at this particular set of data? Did we already? I think we may well have seen this one before, but most corrupt nations in the world 2025. I think we looked at this in a previous session, so we dropped that. All right. Let's look at this one. This one comes off the back of one that we just saw earlier. This one, 20 biggest cities in Africa by population. Cairo. You know, I was telling you that Lagos is a mega city. Cairo is also a mega city. Cairo has nearly 23 million people there. That's Cairo, the capital of Egypt. Lagos, 21.3 million people. And then Kinshasa, 18.5. So Lagos is a mega city. You want to say Cairo is a mega city too. So it's the second most populated state in Africa, not country, but state. So that gives us that. What else do we have? Nigeria ranks as the top African nationality amongst NHS nurses in 2025. So these are nurses working within the British health system. So the highest population of them, of course, are the Brits themselves, followed by the Indians, and then the Philippines that they brought in en masse. And then you have nearly 12,000 Nigerian nurses working within the NHS system. And then the next one, the Irish, is about a quarter, a third of it's a quarter of nearly of the complement of Nigerians. So Nigerians actually holding up the NHS system. That's what that tells us. Hold on. Let me. Yes, Lagos budget exceeds the other 5 southwestern states combined. So yes, and you have that expectation anyway. Lagos has a budget of 4.2 trillion naira. Ogun State has 1.6 trillion naira. So Ogun State is actually the second most successful state in the southwest outside of Lagos State. You'd have thought it's Oyo State for its land mass, but then of course Oyo State badly administered. Dakwa Abiodun, especially in his second term, seems to be doing some wondrous stuff in our Ogun State. So that's that right there. What other data do we have? All right. I think that ends the data. Do we have anything else data-wise? All right. All right. So that ends the data. So now let me now bring you this one here. INEC releases 2027 election timetable. So the politics now formally kicks off. So with the release of this piece of with this release now, parties can now start campaigning officially and formally. So and by the way, can we see people liking and subscribing? If you're not super chatting, you can at least do that. So INEC releases 2027 election timetable. The Independent National Electoral Commission INEC has released a timetable and schedule of activities for the 2027 general elections. According to details released on Friday, 13th of February 2026, presidential and National Assembly elections will be held on the 20th of February 2027, while the governorship and state assembly elections will be held on the 6th of March 2027. So it's quite a funny thing, actually, because holding the presidential election before the state elections is quite strategic, because depending on what they do, then Tinubu can fuck them up. Tinubu can, well, I've already said it. Tinubu can, if they don't deliver, Tinubu can fuck them up so they don't get returned. So it's quite curious, actually, that the presidential, you'd have thought the presidential elections will be the grand finale, but apparently it comes before the State and National Assembly. The Independent National Electoral Commission, (INEC), has released the timetable and schedule of activities for the 2027 general elections. According to details released on Friday, 13th of February 2026, presidential and National Assembly elections will be held on February the 20th, 2027, while the governorship and state assembly elections will be held on the 6th of March 2027. Our correspondents report that the chairman of the commission, Professor Joash Amukwiton, disclosed this development at a news conference on Friday in Abuja. According to the schedule outlined by INEC, official campaign periods for the political parties and candidates for presidential and National Assembly elections will run from November the 18th, 2026 to February the 19th, 2027. So November, December, January, February. So yes, roughly 3 months so it actually runs to the eve of the election. You can campaign up to the eve of the election. Similarly, campaigns for the governorship and state assembly elections will begin on December the 15th, 2026 and end on March the 27th, 2027, exactly 24 hours before the respective election days. INEC also announced that continuous voter registration, CVR, will commence on April 2026 and conclude in January 2027, giving eligible Nigerians ample time to register or update their voter information. Political parties are expected to conduct their primaries from July the 1st, between July the 1st to September the 30th. So July, August, September. So 3 months for the primaries to take place. Our political parties are expected to conduct their primaries 1st of July to the 30th of December 2026. After which, how long do we have to that actually? We're in February now. April, May, June, July. So within the next 3 months, in 3 months' time, they should start. So we have March, April, May, then we have June. Yes, in 4 months, the election actually kicks off. Political parties are expected to conduct their primaries between July the 1st and September the 30th, 2026, after which they must submit their list of candidates to the commission between October the 1st and October the 31st, 2026. The electoral umpire added that the final list of candidates for the 2027 elections will be published on November the 18th. No, not November the 18th, but November the 15th, 2026. Recall that INEC had, on February the 4th, disclosed that despite the apparent delay in the passage of the amended Electoral Act, currently before the National Assembly, it had finalized election timetable and schedule of activities. Speaking again on Friday, Amukwiton confirmed the readiness of INEC for the 2027 polls and all off-cycle elections. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have liftoff is essentially what that tells us. And here is article now responding to that. So, here is article's response to that. So, it looks as though that date might still subsequently change, I suspect. Can people click on the like button? I'm not saying the likes and the subscriptions go up now. Click on like and subscribe now. What's going on now? Do that now. If you have no reason not to do that, then do that. So here is an article already finding problems with the schedule. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC must urgently reconsider the February 20th, 2027 date it has announced for the general elections. That date falls squarely within the Ramadan period, which is the 7th of February to the 8th of March, a sacred season of fasting, reflection, and spiritual devotion for millions of Nigerian Muslims. Elections are not mere administrative rituals. They are a national exercise that demands maximum participation, physical endurance, and collective focus. Fixing such a critical civic exercise in the middle of a major religious observance reflects poor judgment and a troubling lack of sensitivity to the nation's social-religious realities. In a diverse country like Nigeria, inclusive planning is not optional, it is functional. So it goes on to lambast them, but the main point he's making is that the schedule falls squarely in the middle of Ramadan. So the schedule falls squarely in the middle of Ram Adama Ding Dong. So so the schedule falls squarely in the middle of Ramadama Ding Dong. 2027, there will be crisis in the ADC if Atiku, Amechi, and Peter Obi get presidential ticket. So this is Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed, who has been speaking somewhat. He's been taking a more nuanced perspective on Nigerian politics. He used to be somewhat bullish back in those, just shouting abuse all over the place. But I think the reality of what's in play actually. Oh, did somebody actually send me this clip? I think Baba sent me the clip of this. Let me see if I can find it from where Baba sent it. No, not yeah. Let me see. I think Baba may have sent me the clip of that. Somebody did anyway, and I suspect it was Baba. Let me see. Because if I can play you the clip, it's probably better than me. No, I think he sent the article, not the clip. All right. All right. Nobody is sharing the link, so I can't see viewership going up. Are you not sharing the links? Copy the links and share it on your WhatsApp spaces, etc. There will be crisis in the ADC if Atiku Amechi, Peter Obi get presidential ticket. This is Baba Ahmed. The 2023 vice presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Dati Baba Ahmed, has raised concerns over the cohesion and electoral prospects of the African Democratic Congress ADC coalition, saying the party lacks unifying political heavyweights capable of rallying nationwide support. Baba Ahmed stated that the absence of figures with the political influence of if only I can because it sounds better when you hear him say it, because I heard him say it, and it comes up because you can hear the nuance of his voice and the tone and texture. If I can get that clip again, somebody can send it in a probably play it. The 2023 vice presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Dati Baba Ahmed, has raised concerns over the cohesion and electoral prospects of the African Democratic Congress ADC coalition, saying the party lacks unifying political heavyweights capable of rallying nationwide support. Baba Ahmed stated that the absence of figures with political influence of former President Muhammadu Buhari or President Bola Tinubu could undermine the coalition's chances in future elections. So yes, you know exactly what it means anyway. The coalition does not have a juggernaut politician. They don't. They don't have a real champion. They don't. And when you are talking about political champions in Nigeria, you are talking about, in fact, if you go Buhari and Tinubu, then every other politician is lesser than, because Buhari or Tinubu, they can move spaces, but nobody else can move spaces in quite that manner. Tinubu, in fact, is the last of the Mohicans. If you want to look at it from that paradigm, Tinubu is the last of the Mohicans in terms of the political juggernaut of the Nigerian political space. So you know exactly what is saying. So yes, Baba Ahmed stated that the absence of figures with political influence, with the political influence of former President Muhammadu Buhari and President Bola Tinubu could undermine the coalition's chances in future elections. Our correspondents report that Baba Ahmed argued that the ADC had not produced personalities with comparable political stature and national appeal. they don't have a Buhari or a Tinubu in the ADC. Tinubu has a lot of sense. They don't have it in the ADC. He said, is this guy canvassing to come today? Because some of his, there's somewhat of a softening of tone towards the Tinubu administration by Baba Ahmed over recent months. Maybe he wants to cross over, who knows? They don't have a Buhari or a Tinubu in the ADC. Tinubu has a lot of sense. They don't have it in the ADC, said during the interview. He noted that strong leadership and political experience were critical in building party unity and driving electoral success. Baba Ahmed also warned that the coalition could face internal disagreements depending on who emerges as his presidential candidate. According to him, the emergence of major political figures within the party could trigger division rather than unity. Because today, if Atiku wins the ticket, others have a problem with that. If Obi or Amechi wins the ticket, other candidates will have a problem with it. They don't have a Buhari in the ADC, he added. I think we all understand what it means. We've discussed this severally on this platform as well. Despite being in the opposition, Baba Ahmed commended President Tinubu's political acumen, describing him as focused, resourceful, and experienced. Tinubu was focused, resourced, determined, and of course, he has a lot of sense and experience that he applied into this. He said, the Labour Party chieftain drew parallels with former President Goodluck Jonathan's 2011 re-election, which he said was shaped by a political understanding with northern stakeholders. They don't have a Jonathan in the game. Why do I mean by Jonathan? Jonathan was re-elected in 2011 with the promise to northern elements that he won't contest in 2015. So there was a promise issue, and the North felt it was time to go back to the North, he explained. Baba Ahmed added that the issues he highlighted reflected broader structural challenges within the ADC coalition, noting that a more detailed discussion would be required to fully address them. So that's Baba Ahmed right there, stating the obvious. What do we have here? This is this is how much INEC wants to spend on the elections. INEC proposes 873 billion naira for 2027 general elections. That an arm and a leg. The elections in Nigeria just get more and more convoluted and expensive. So let me bring you this one. Germany says Buhari's $2.3 billion Siemens power deal dormant until Tinubu revived it. So what does this mean? German's deputy head of mission in Nigeria, Johann something or the other, said the $2.3 billion Siemens power deal between Nigeria and Germany remained largely dormant until President Bola Tinubu's administration revived it when he assumed office. Speaking on the second day of the Sub-Sahara Africa International Petroleum Exhibition, etc., in Lagos, what did he say? The Siemens deal, originally conceived under former President Muhammadu Buhari, was designed as a government-to-government framework between Nigeria and Germany to overhaul Nigeria's transmission and distribution infrastructure, improve grid stability, and generally increase available power capacity. Siemens then set phased capacity targets, etc. It says that the strange thing was that this partnership was dormant until the beginning of President Tinubu's time, where actually we revived it. We are in the power sector. We have a presidential power initiative with President Tinubu for the reactivation of Nigeria's transmission system and electricity to everyone. So that's that. For all of the monies that Buhari claimed he was pumping into that place, that is to tell you that not a kobo went towards generating electricity for you. China denies U.S. claims of illegal mining, terror funding in Nigeria. So the Americans are opening the blockers of so many of these near-do wells. So the Americans are opening the blockers as they say, of so many of these ne'er-do-wells. What else do I have? What else do I have? Oh, all right. So let's go to the El-Rufai storyline. Tell me if you can. Oh, all right. Let's go to the El-Rufai storyline. So tell me in the comment section if you can hear this. So we're going to play it directly from here. Tell me in the comment section if you can hear this. I really hate this word abduct that these people use. You know, how is it an abduction? A lawful authority is wanting to take charge of you for reasons that they want you for questioning. So how does that transmute and translate into an abduction? You know, so when is an arrest no longer an arrest and it becomes an abduction? I really hate that that tone that they use. You know, Nandekano, what's no? You can't hear me, or you can't hear the clip, or what's no? No sound. Okay. All right. Let me play a piece of music. Often when I refresh it, the sound comes on. So let me play a piece of music, and then I'll refresh it.
See this guy with the dance, with the leather jacket. No be yori, but I dey bust your bracket. What's up, buy the beat? This time when you got the shake. You dey feel like man, you know say me, I know the rig. See the guy got the dance. You dey feel the way me say I come here to the yarn. Show them say you sabi, show them say you say you man. Hey, no be lie, see the boy with the man. Hey, I see my guy normally I come to drop bars, something way be top notch. I don't dey shake the guy, he step on a shop vlog. Everybody they feel I'm the way and they drop some. The guy don't they smile, feel like say your head is on bug. He said they feel the way I just they go. The flow is dope. He said he don't they feel I'm on the low. I savage on the beat, you know say me step on a bad. Who be this your fine baby like this waiting for your man? Fine girl, what's up? I'ma come now, make we talk now. I know say you self you play with man, but make it no come be like say me self go for your hand. Make we interact one on one. Did they get them out? Or this your get you fine, be like say you pack it down. But everybody done they feel am, they know say you bad. Everybody done they see, they know say yes you do. Collect the fight, my guy. You self God, you know you choke. Collect the fight, make it no come they make me hanging. It's not like they know me know that yeah the thing is banging. I like the guy because he be loving how I'm sounding. Everybody they see him, they know say the thing they boss. This away everybody they carry babe come. Also find me one babe now so that I go drop it. No, this one are your babe. All those catches, you know say me self I don't want them again. Make it no come be like say me self I come here come the toast. When I go come stop me for the road, cause they ask me how far waiting cause they walk me. All those catches are waiting me self I don't want on the low. But I know say yes, the girl she fine, she get the thing way man they fine, but he gon' design, God the day design, I know the lie. She get the thing like this way the man they fine. But fine girl come now, make I toast first. Make it no come be like say me self I jobless. But today with man, this catching I know they want there.
All right. Tell me if you can hear it now. So before I carry on, because yes, tell me if you can hear it now.
What happened?
Yeah, but I want to add something.
Yes.
Because my lawyers issued a statement after that, mentioning EFCC. I want to say very clearly, it wasn't the EFCC. Okay, it was the DSS.
Right.
But the DSS were procured.
Can you hear it now? Tell me in the comment section so I know. Tell me. If you don't tell me, then I don't know. Just tell me if you can hear it, yes or no. Oh, all right, brilliant. Thank you, Baba. So yes. Yeah. Often when I refresh it, then so here is El-Rufai straddling all the media spaces now, peacocking about this alleged abduction, which is, in everyday language is an attempted arrest.
What happened?
Yeah, but I want to add something.
Yes.
Because my lawyers issued a statement after that, mentioning EFCC. I want to say very clearly, it wasn't the EFCC, okay? It was the DSS.
Right.
But the DSS were procured to abduct me by the ICPC. That has never communicated with me ever, okay? The EFCC had written to me while I was away to say that I would like to have a chat with you over certain issues. And I replied, my lawyers replied that, well, I'm not in the country, I'm on my annual vacation. And once I know the date of return, I will let you know. And we have written to EFCC to say that, I will celebrate my birthday with you. My birthday is 16th February on Monday. I will celebrate my birthday. I will come and see you at 10 a.m. It wasn't the EFCC, but my lawyer thought it was the EFCC, but it was not. Subsequently, we found out that it was the ICPC that procured the DSS to abduct me and then hand over to them. And this is a modus operandi of the ICPC that increasingly has become a personal tool of Nuhu Ribadu. Nuhu made the call and made the order that I must be in custody yesterday.
How do you know he
okay, I want you to listen very carefully to what he says here, because he indicts himself here. For all of the things being leveled against him already, he now indicts himself by what he says next. So I want you to listen very carefully to what he says next.
Operandi of the ICPC that increasingly has become a personal tool of Nuhu Ribadu. Nuhu made the call and made the order that I must be in custody yesterday.
How do you know he made the call?
He made the call because we listened to their calls. The government thinks that they're the only ones that listen to calls.
So there is this guy right here telling us on national television that is tapping the telephone of the National Security Advisor. So that is quite a statement to make. One, it's a very heavy security breach. And if they are able to tap the phone of the National Security Advisor, then it shows you just how vulnerable the structures are in Nigeria. And it also explains why we're not able to tackle insurgency. When the sponsors of insurgency, when the sponsors of terror, like El-Rufai, they are telling us that they're listening in on the conversations of the National Security Advisor. So that is quite a statement to make, and an admission on national television for that matter.
No, he made the call.
He made the call because we listened to their calls. The government thinks that they're the only ones that listen to calls, but we also have our ways. He made the call, he gave the order. And
so you tapped his phone calls, did you?
Someone tapped his phone and told me.
Because that technically is illegal.
I know, but the government does it all the time. They listen to our calls all the time without a court order. But someone tapped his phone and told us that he gave the order. So, but the EFCC, I think, has shown...
You know, they say Nigeria is a lawless country. What this guy says now, for him to have the effrontery, the audacity, and the bravadoness to make this sort of a statement, because he makes that statement. And by the way, this guy always has red lips. Is he part of his gays? Because you know they're a bit funny in the north. Is he a gay man? Why is his lips always painted red? But it speaks to just the lawlessness of Nigeria, that this guy has the effrontery, the braggadociousness to make this statement, confident in the knowledge that it won't be consequenced.
Itself to be more professional in this particular instance. And on Monday, by the grace of God, I'll go and see them. Yesterday, around 5 p.m., the ICPC finally did the right thing, not the DSS that tried to abduct me, by bringing a letter to my house to say, we want to see you on Friday the 13th. My lawyer wrote back to say, guys, my client is not an idle person that has no program. He's just waiting for a letter from anyone. We've received your letter. We will, now that you've written an invitation, you've had the courage to write an invitation.
So the authorities invite you to come and attend. You are saying you will attend when you have the time. Is that how it works in America? That the FBI says report to my office, and you say no, we have a dinner date. Let's make it next week. Is that how it works? Lawless country.
We'll honor the invitation, but on Monday we are going to EFCC that has written before, so we'll go there. After the EFCC, we'll go to ICPC on Tuesday or Wednesday. I don't know what the lawyer has written, but you know this. So this is the current state of things, as far as we know.
Okay. Well, let me just make clear that.
So that's El-Rufai right there admitting to law breaking on national television. But all of the dramas and kerfuffle that happened at the airport, it might just be the standardized drama that we have come to expect from El-Rufai. It might well be much ado about nothing. And Deji Adeyanju goes on now to explain to us why we should disregard all of the drama that played out. So here is Deji Adeyanju's take on what transpired. And by the way, can every single person listening make sure you are subscribed? If you are not already subscribed, please subscribe. Deji Adeyanju.
You know, I am not convinced that there was any plan to arrest him. I am not convinced from the clip. I think Malam Nasir El-Rufai, just like everyone will agree with me, is always extremely very sensational, and he's a drama artist as well. He's very good at this opposition thing. He knew what he was doing, and when he came in, he came very prepared for cameras. So I think that they wanted to target his passport, and the DSS actually got his passport. I think that was what they wanted to get. Nobody planned to arrest.
I think this makes more sense than what El-Rufai is canvassing all over the place. If the DSS wanted to arrest him, they would have arrested him. Nothing would have. What will stop the DSS from arresting El-Rufai? Nothing. So if they wanted to effect his arrest, they would have effected his arrest. But if they wanted to seize his passport, which the Adeyanju is hypothesizing, then that hypothesis it aligns more with reason and logic. It makes more sense that they wanted to seize his passport to retain him within the country than anything else. And if that was the intention, then their intention was carried out.
Arrest him. If there was a plan to arrest him, for sure they will have arrested him. And you know, even Malam Nasir El-Rufai, I believe he has read some of our extant laws. You can be arrested with probable cause. You can also be arrested with warrant.
Yeah, but the point he's making is that it is the police who make those arrests.
Don't worry,
not someone else.
Listen,
probable cause is a province of the police.
Let me give free tutorial to Malam. You know, if he's not aware, but I know that he knows that probable cause is a fundamental ground for arrest. And Malam Nasiru is even very lucky, you know, that his passport was taken from him. I watched as you interviewed him. Several of his critics didn't even get this kind of treatment, fantastic treatment that he got at the airport. I have a list of more than 20-something people that Malam Nasiru arrested without warrants in Kaduna. A long list of people. The critics, all of them were his critics.
Well, one of the people you cited was Daddy Yatta.
Yeah, Daddy Yatta was his critic. I was shocked that Malam is suddenly saying
had nothing to do with him.
He was his critic, and his son even justified his abduction. You can go to social media. The post is still there.
Well, we did look through.
Yes, when citizens were demanding for why Daddy Yatta was arrested, his son doubled down. Maybe if he had deleted the tweet. So the whole world knows Malam cannot rewrite history. We want him to get accorded due process of law. His rights must be respected. His rights must not be violated, but he must be investigated. His stewardship, it is so ironic today that the oppressors of yesterday are now crying. They are now claiming to be emergency comrades. Comrade Malami, Comrade Nasir El-Rufai. You understand? Very soon, we have also seen some comrades at the barricade some few days ago. So the people who oppressed, who mobilized thugs to attack us at the barricade.
That was an aside to Peter Obi, by the way, that they saw at the barricades. Imagine now, a comrade, Rotimi Amechi, champion of the people, El-Rufai, defender of the common man. Is it not just as early as yesterday that these people were in power? brutal. Do you remember when El-Rufai took bulldozers onto the streets in Kaduna State and he was demolishing every single mansion of his political opponents? It was just yesterday now, and this guy now transmutes into a champion of the oppressed.
Kids who violated our rights, who mocked us and said protest is for enemies of the state and enemies of the government, are now resorting to protest. So it's an irony of some sort, no matter how you look at it. And assuming, without even conceding, that the DSS targeted his passport, the reason in my mind, I think Section 2 of the DSS instrument regulation, which is in compliance with the NSA Act, gives the DSS the power to see someone's passport if your name is on the watch list. Of course, he knows, even I'm very sure that Malam, he has said it now, that he knew that the security agencies were looking for him. He has admitted that he had written to the EFCC that they were looking for him. He has also alluded to the fact that the ICPC is investigating him.
Well, the ICPC has now written to him.
Now, but
at that time, they hadn't written to him.
Now, so if these agencies...
And they didn't have a warrant.
If these security agencies were looking for you and you are aware, why are you creating the drama there?
No.
And that is the end of it. So they wanted to abduct him, apparently, allegedly, even though they told him that he's on the wanted list. So that is the Jade Yodu right there, pointing and mocking El-Rufai, pointing out and mocking El-Rufai. So let's go to more positive news. And there's an inevitability to the re-election of Tinubu. It is inevitable. There's nothing that can stop the re-election of Tinubu. And as at the last count, let me bring it. As at the last count, I think about 29 thereabouts governors had already defected to the APC. So you can add this to the list as well. But this one, and by the way, can people please make sure they're liking and subscribing? We're not seeing numbers going up. So by the time we get to February the 20th, when the election takes place, by the time we get to the elections, there will be only 3 governors. I think, or 4. There will be only 3 or 4 governors that are outside of the APC loop. That would be the governor of Bauchi State, the governor of Oyo State, the governor of Abia State, and the governor of Anambra State. Outside of those 4 governors, the rest of them will be APC members. But this one now, the latest one, this one really strikes me. Do you know who you are looking at with his tongue sticking out of his mouth right there? That is the governor of Adamawa State. So why is it important? It's important, 1, because it's the governor of Adamawa State, and it's important 2, because it's the governor of Atiku Abubakar's home state. But it's important for a 3rd reason as well. It's on your screen for a 3rd reason as well. So I'll let him explain that reason to you.
There are a lot of rules about whether filtering will defect or you will not defect. If that is the wish of my people for me to defect, I will not try, because the politics is all about it. But then there are people who are making noise. There are people who have made their lives to be political matters. They are so jittery. They are afraid. I think I'm coming with a value. I'm coming with a lot of prospect. I'm coming with a lot of foods to add to wherever and whatever.
All right, so that's the governor of Anambra State right there. That's not Anambra, Adamawa State. That's the governor of Adamawa State right there, telling you that it's on that long and winding journey. It's on a leisurely journey to the APC. So that's the governor of Adamawa State on his way to the APC. So I said that hold on. Why is this thing? What's going on? Hold on. Oh, all right. I said that only 4 governors will be outside of the APC influence by the time we get to 2027. But even those 4 governors that will be outside of the APC influence, 2 of them will be de facto APC, if not in actual fact. Charles Soludo is a de facto APC member, if it's not in actual fact a card-carrying member of the APC. All of Charles Soludo's politics leans towards Tinubu, but the governor of Abia State, Alex Otti, is also a de facto APC member, if not an actual card-carrying member. So this thing is not pausing. I wanted, can you pause, please? Let me see if I can scroll it back. Oh, okay, listen to him. This is him somewhat endorsing Tinubu right here.
And then they put a moderator for the explanations and further adumbration. When the tax reform bill was being put together, I was very happy for the simple reason that almost 10 years ago, precisely on the 31st day of October 2016, I had written an article at my back page column in This Day titled The Fiscal Side of Things. And I had made a lot of arguments at that time, and that's 10 years ago. And when I looked at the bill that is now a law, I saw that a lot of the things I had raised then were included. So I want to thank Professor Oyedele. A lot of times people are attacking him. It's just like the taxman. They don't understand. As this joke about the taxman and the Rottweiler. The question is, which one is worse? And then the response is that the Rottweiler
all right.
will at some point leave you alone, but not the taxman.
All right.
So when you see the attacks, it goes in with the
okay,
territory.
that's enough from you. All right. So that's Alex Otti right there, who in all words than actual utterance endorsing Tinubu right there. So when I'm saying to you that there's virtually nothing that stops the re-election of Tinubu, we're seeing 33, 34 out of the 36 state governors essentially with the APC. The only governors not with the APC, the only governors that we know for certain would not be with the APC are Sheyi Makinde and Bala Mohammed. Alex Otti is with the APC, not a member of the party, but his politics leans to the APC. He endorses Tinubu. Charles Soludo is always eulogizing. Fintiri tells us he's on his way to the APC. So which governor is left outside of Sheyi Makinde and Bala Mohammed? So all of politics endorses Tinubu. But when I'm saying that Tinubu's there's an inevitability to Tinubu's re-election, it's not just all of politics that endorses Tinubu. All of business also endorses Tinubu. Watch this.
It's always a pleasure and a privilege to be granted audience by Mr. President. I love to sit with the President and discuss economic issues, give feedback from what we think is happening in the economy, and then constructively agree. You know, I'm a member of the President's Economic Council, Presidential Economic Council, to just rub my butt. Today, we talked about small and medium-scale enterprises, about how to further support Nigerian medium and small-scale enterprise. Mr. President is very passionate from our discussion about capacitizing the small and medium-scale entrepreneurs in Nigeria, and I'm very happy to hear that, to feed that, to spread that, because they are the engine of economic growth. We spoke a lot about it. He talked about tax reform and how he wants to use that to support small and medium-scale enterprises. He spoke about Bank of Industry, and I was super impressed. He even called the name of the CEO that, he likes what is going on and he wants them to do more to support small and middle-scale entrepreneurs in the country. To me, it was gratifying. As you know, the Tony Elumelu Foundation always supports young entrepreneurs in Nigeria and across the world. And so for me to be in audience with Mr. President and to be discussing this is super elating, super exciting. It shows there's congruence and alignment. And I believe that this is what Nigerian youth need. So I thank Mr. President for that commitment and looking forward to greater things happening.
What do you forecast for Nigeria's economy in 2026?
I also discuss what's happening in the country, the monetary policy. If you see, what the central bank governor and his team are doing, is quite encouraging. We've had some predictability and stability. To me, not just as chairman of a bank, but as also an entrepreneur and a businessman that wears other hats, what's important is to be able to predict in an economy the direction of things, so you can plan very well. If you look at, I told someone, I said, there was a time before, if I got 10 calls on banking issues, 7 of those calls about how to access foreign exchange. Today, if you get 10 calls on banking issues, not even one is on FX. FX, that market is totally sorted. So I think the central bank going to do well. Mr. President is also should be commended for creating that space for the governor to do what he and his team are doing.
Yeah, I've been commenting Mr. President on his economic reforms. And at different fora, you always complain about slow pace of implementation.
I've never complained about slow pace implementation. Rather, what I talk about is that, and we still spoke about it today, improvement in access to electricity is critical for economic development. Mr. President realizes this, embraces it, and is committed to doing more, especially helping to fast-track the payment of the power sector debt so that the power generators can do more for the country. That is very, very critical. All of us who are in the power sector are owed significantly, but in spite of that, we continue to generate electricity. So we want to see the payment made so that there will be more provision of electricity to the country. Access to electricity is critical for the development of our economy. In a summary, I was impressed with Mr. President's commitment to supporting small and medium-scale enterprises. I was impressed with the President's commitment to young entrepreneurs. I was impressed with Mr. President's commitment to energizing the power sector so that we can power Nigeria's economy. Thank you very much.
All right. So as I'm saying, I was saying that there's an inevitability to Tinubu being re-elected. All of politics is backing him in terms of all of the. If you think all these state governors are with Tinubu, then that tells you that all of their structures and infrastructures locally, wherever it is that they are, is dedicated to the re-election of Tinubu. So every single state governor, about 2, are endorsing Tinubu. So that was Tony Elumelu right there, also endorsing Tinubu. And I'm telling you also that all of business, because they understand that this is the first time that the country is calibrating in the right direction, all of business endorses him too. That was Tony Elumelu. Here is even somebody at a lower scale than Tony Elumelu. The scale is lower, but the language is the same. Watch this.
Where we are now is we've had the stability cycle. People on the ground don't feel like all of this makes sense to them. Mm-hmm. Actually, if you still ask the average Nigerian, they will tell you this government is doing a terrible job. But those of us who understand the dynamics know what they're trying to achieve. It's about market efficiency and stability, then you move to growth.
I actually think, being here the last few days, and we were here 6 months ago, this is probably one of the most under-levered economies I've seen in recent memory.
Wow. Yeah.
So again, it goes to the point that if you cut rates a bit, you really need to cut capital significantly, cost of capital, but more importantly, you need to stimulate access to capital.
As a foreign investor or someone who's dealt with a lot of foreign investors interested in Nigerian emerging markets, what's your view on this capital gains tax?
I'm a huge fan.
Oh,
Huge.
wow.
Okay.
I actually think
very interesting.
Anyone who participates in...
So all of business endorses Tinubu, all of politics endorses Tinubu. So that is option 1. So option 2, let me show you option 2. So that's option 1 as in the choices available to you. So let me show you option 2. You can either have all that you're seeing from all that business is saying, or you could have this. You can have this particular economic model. Agbado ewa. Agbado ewa.
Discount. No discount. No discount. No. 7,000. Okay. Bring before I get here. I go later. 10,000. I like it. As you come your shop, no, you say you're giving bribe. Give him. They will sell your shop. I give me a product in that. And this money do this one. And this money do this one. Even this one, this one.
So that's the option available to you. Tinubu or your man Flint from Oka. Tinubu or the man Flint from Oka. And by the way, every single person listening to us right now, engaging with the platform, please make sure you are subscribed. Every single one of you should be subscribed. So if you're not subscribed, please do. As you can see, we're trying to achieve targets. So if you're not subscribed and you have if you have no reason not to subscribe, if it doesn't jar your senses to subscribe, then subscribe. You have all of the reasons to subscribe because that promotes and enhances the platform. So unless you have strong feelings or strong reasons not to be subscribed, then just make that effort to subscribe. And as you're subscribing, please press the like button as well. So like and subscribe. Very, very important that you do those things. So we've gone through reasons why Tinubu will be elected. So we've talked about all of the politics being behind him. We're talking about all of business and finance being behind him. But another third reason why Tinubu almost certainly will be re-elected is entirely about, because it's all well and good for all of these things to be happening. But the third most important reason why Tinubu will be re-elected is just about achievement. So a lot of things going on. The Lagos-Calabar Superhighway being built at a decently fast rate. The speed of the construction of the Calabar, not Calabar, the Sokoto-Badagry Superhighway is at an impressive rate. But those are not just, there's about 1,000 key game-changing projects going on. Here is another game-changing project that is fast developing. Sorry, I have to stop that because we don't want the music. Otherwise, I'm getting fed up with being copyright struck. It's not like you guys super chat. So if we don't even get the advance, then we get no revenues at all. So this is the new airport being put together in Lagos State. So, and that is going at an impressive rate as well. So we're talking about achievements. We're talking about finance. We're talking about politics. All of it calibrates to tell you that Tinubu will be re-elected. So I'm not quite sure. And the alternative is Peter will be running around buying agbado everywhere. So that's that. I think that is the presentation. The link is in the comment section. If anybody wants to come on and take on the conversation or share thoughts, I'll send the link into the comment section again. And then let me see. I'm just scanning through my screen to see if I've missed out anything that I wanted to bring to your attention. Is there anything else? Or if I've missed anything in the news cycle, anybody and everybody can highlight that. I'm just scanning through. the hub of the conversation really wraps around El-Rufai and his little big man. What do they call that? Did they call it Napoleon syndrome or Napoleon complex or whatever it is? It's always this short little man. It says El-Rufai explains what he will do. El-Rufai's son explains what he will do if his father asks him to dump APC. So his son is an APC member, and he's telling us that Tinubu is the worst thing since sliced bread. No, not since sliced bread though. It's the worst thing since the Great Plague or something. So that's that. Do I have anything else for you? Do I have anything else for you? Let me play you the Kegite music. I'll send the link into the comment section. If anybody wants to come up, or otherwise we'll just call it a night. I'll send a link. Let's send the link. So that's the link right there. Let me see. Have I got that right? Yeah, yes. So I'll send the link into the comment section. If anybody wants to come up, play you the Kegite music, see what happens after that. The diminutive El-Rufai punching above his weight. Please make sure you are liking and subscribing. The numbers are not going up. Every single person listening to us now must be subscribed.
Only water, where they see ma. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé ṣọ́bí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonana ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuku Niru Agbeshebe, death have nothing to do with us. Joining us, War Peace from Japan. And joining us, Hassan from Maiduguri. Can you imagine that? Just look at that chasm right there. Just the distance from Japan to Maiduguri. So let's defer to Maiduguri for reasons of the time of the day that he's in. It must be 3-something a.m. A real night owl. Hassan, Kedu.
Odumao, one man.
Salam alaikum.
I'm fine. Oh.
Good. Good to have you. Let's get straight into it. So El-Rufai doing his usual ding dong, acting the silly boy, as always is the case. But then the quiet matter of the electoral timetable already out. You know, people endorsing Tinubu, Fintiri crossing over to the APC. Even the Americans accusing China of being behind the terrorism in Nigeria. So a whole raft of things. Floor is yours.
Yes, thank you for having me. I want to say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are and are listening. please follow, subscribe to One Man, and let's keep up the momentum. This is a very important year. Before 2027, I hope you reach that 100K that you are looking for and even surpass it. And let's do our bits, everybody. It's good to be back here. So I'd like to start with the Americans, and as much as they are gaining a foothold in Nigeria, and I am suspicious of them because up till now, from what I've been able to gather, is that their focus seems to be on the resources rather than actually dealing with the idiotic, foolish, bloody terrorists. And they have not done anything in Borno. I've not seen one action that will make me, at least let me see something, at least that I can, point to in my own backyard. I have not yet seen it. When they talk, they usually talk around the Christian thing or the harder thing. I don't know. Well, I will just give them the benefit of the doubt. It's not that I really trust them, but the alternative, if it's to continue like this, then I think America has a place for now.
We've not seen you since they declared Kwakwanso wanted. What did you make of that? I don't
yes, the Kwankwaso team,
Guantanamo Bay.
The Kwankwaso team is surprising for the fact that like One Man, even for a bystander, I mean, there are a lot of people, even if it is within the Fulani space, to point to than Kwankwaso. And I think it's just too politically exposed for the Americans to start to say, okay, it's Kwankwaso. It will be interpreted as politics. For now, I've not seen anything that will suggest that Kwankwaso is funding terrorism or anything of that nature. I have not seen it. So I'm waiting to see the evidence, if we see, because it's only the summary of the act that you can have access to. I don't think, well, I've not read it, if it is the raw thing is out there, but when it comes out, and we'll see whether that will hold. I don't trust the intellectual thoroughness and capacity of this United States administration, and even their honesty and all that. I think they are playing a double game here, accusing China of doing what they are essentially coming into Nigeria to do themselves. But then we will see. I think for now, it's just looking as if it is his politics that is the problem, or if you want to be cynical, say that they want to show, instead of actually addressing the situation, they want it to conflagrate. By now, taking somebody like Kwankwaso, then what are you trying to do? You are just pushing the NNPP people, and he's going to get his wings will be clipped in this election cycle. But we never know. Let's see if Nigerian institutions parrot that, if the DSS or the CSA, they agree with that or something like that, and then from there we'll begin to see whether it's something serious. But I don't think Kwankwaso, I've not seen anything to that will say, yeah, I'll just say yes, because I know what Kwankwaso represents, and I don't think he is that person really. Well, I don't think so. Especially because he's from Kano, and if you look at Kano, you see that there's significant economic activity, and they rely more on commerce than do all this purely extraction thing that is happening within the Zamfara and Sokoto axis in the northwest and some part of the middle belt, where there is a lot of minerals and resources, and a lot of them are being cashed away. And you will say there is always that what do we say, the elites are, somehow implicated in finding ways to go around and do some of these bad things to people in order to get their hands on the resources and then the funds that comes with it. I don't know why Congress, but we'll see. Let's just give them the benefit of the doubt. So that I find it difficult to trust the Americans most of the time because of just their history and just experimental probability. If somebody fails 4 times out of 5 when he attempts something, I don't think it's wise to assume that your case, well, even if it's a roll of the dice, that you get a 6 instead of 1. So it is what it is, right? It is what it is, but we'll wait and see. And let's go to El-Rufai. And El-Rufai is actually not fighting with Tinubu. If you understand his politics, El-Rufai is actually fighting with the NSA. Who is the NSA now? Ribadu. El-Rufai's whole fight is with Ribadu. In El-Rufai's mind, Ribadu was the one who, humiliated him in the National Assembly with all those, well, he's been through quite a lot since Ribadu became NSA, because I think this whole thing for El-Rufai is trying to he's playing to 2031 in some way, and the opposition in 2031, he is calculating that by 2031 I'm going to be one of the people that will provide an alternative, so to say. And I think Ribadu understands that El-Rufai is a problem, and maybe didn't want him to be in the, in this government, so that he will not be too entrenched and have some leverage by 2031, because Ribadu too is angling for that place. And Kashim Shettima too, between these 3 guys, Kashim, Ribadu, and El-Rufai. So Ribadu has got rid of El-Rufai out of the government, but he's still a thorn in his flesh in the opposition space. Within the government itself, they are still doing internet Game of Thrones with Shettima.
Sorry, Hassan. And can everybody listening to us now make sure you are subscribed? Very, very important. But getting him out of the government, is that not a final defeat? Because El-Rufai not being an actor in the APC government now, it defeats any prospect of him ever getting anything in politics for the future. And then the position he has taken as well now totally wiped him out of politics. Why should Ribadu still be going after him? Ribadu knows the opposition are not coming in, and Ribadu knows that post-February 2027, El-Rufai doesn't make its way back to the APC. And even if it does, it's too far behind in the hierarchy. So there's no reason for Ribadu to go after him now.
One man, you don't understand the mindset of the Fulani person when he is vying for power. There is no underration of your rival, your foe. You don't. It's better to overestimate your enemy than to underestimate him. So you assume all things are, and you assume he has more influence than you give him credit for, just in case. You just leave that margin of error and act towards that. You are safer in the political game than actually think somebody is a sucker, and then you get up, you get then sucker punched. I don't think so. He's not naive. If El-Rufai were to be in his place, Sun Tzu said you should crush your enemy totally. I think it's in his Art of War. That's one of the first things that he advises you to do. And politics, in a sense, too, is war. So that place, that goes. I understand what Roberto is doing and understand what El-Rufai is doing. I just think that Kashim's approach is much more nuanced and mature, considering the circumstances. Yeah, and within a Yoruba-dominated government where there will always be
nothing to do with Kashim being a Kanuri man like you. That doesn't come into the
Of course, there is a cultural trait now, and the approach towards power and all that. So yeah, different philosophies, but fundamentally, yeah, they understand what they are vying for, even though the approaches are different. But then, yeah, you look at an Abacha and his the way he ruled this country. It's fundamentally different from the way, say, a Shagari or and Yaradua ruled this country. So in a sense, Shetima too is doing his thing. So you don't know who, what do we say? There is always whose destiny it is to become the president. But the stars will align when the time comes. The thing with power is that the stars have to align for you and for you to get there. And most of the time, it is divine providence, and then it meets with time and circumstance. So the good leader must have that leadership trait in him, and then be at the right place at the right time. Yeah, the problem with Nigeria is that a lot of people understand politics and are effective in politicking, but not necessarily in leadership, and that's the problem. And in Shetima, there is a convergence of both, and I think yeah, for the time being, let's wait and see, and no shaking. When we get to that bridge, we'll cross it. When we get to that bridge,
all right, just on that space, I'm with you. Yeah, with Shetima, for different reasons, but we're still arriving at the same destination. I just like him. I like his humor. I like his use of language. I like his intellect. I like his patriotism. I like his. I like Kashim Shetima. I think it's of good stock. Nothing to do with him being Canario, but I like the way he carries his politics.
Yes, you see, Shetima actually retired his benefactor, Sas Alimodu Sharif, and you see the way Fubara was just fighting with Wike without any tact, without any strategy, without any ability to prognosticate and to read politically the language, the political room temperature, to know what to do, and just misstepping, misbehaving, misaligning, injuring himself all over. Shetima is strategic. I mean, he comes off as somebody who is shallow, but I tell you, Kashim is not shallow. He is not even as good in presenting. When you sit with Kashim Shetima and then he talks with you in his native tongue, yeah, that's when you understand. Okay. So there's even an impairment of using English, because that is not actually the full specter of what he is about. Very, very intelligent man. If you meet him today, he sees you now, have a 5-minute meeting with him, say you have 10-15 people. Yes, you all introduce yourself, say your names, and he's going to have that meeting with you. So when he's having that meeting with you, he begins to look at you and call you by name. So he has this good memory that when he, so you would think that for somebody that meets so many people and is in such an office, that when 2-3 months passes and you meet again and in a random, maybe a different setting, and you are not expecting that he will recognize you, he will surprise you. And you just say, one man, you just pick up from where he left the last discussion. Very humorous guy. Yeah, and people will laugh.
Just make sure
But
make sure the dollars are coming in this direction as well. That's what I'm saying.
But he doesn't actually
you
give.
sound like you're on payroll. Are you on payroll?
Which kind of payroll again? I'm just saying what I know. I'm just saying what I know to be true. Kashim is good. If Kashim becomes president, then yeah, that means better days are coming. That means all these things that Tinubu is doing will be child's play, because Kashim will actually build on what he is able to achieve, and all his shortcomings now. Me and Kashim very close there, and Kashim will quickly fix it and build on it too. So this is somebody who has relative, or what do I say, his background. He comes from a family that is normal, middle class. No, I won't say it's middle class. He's just a normal city boy. Like, that's just how he grew up, and then he made his way from academia to insurance, from insurance to banking, from banking. Now he's vice president. So
yes, it's a GOPA boy. But Hassan, let's move the mic around. There's only 4 of us so far. So, but let's move the mic around. We move it back in your direction again, just to document everybody. What is with us as well from Japan? So what is going on in the Nigerian politics? El-Rufai being the central piece, the election timetable out, and everybody the one thing that article said as well, that the timetable actually falls in the middle of Ramadan, but should that be a consideration? So all of those things are what piece? No, right. I knew it wouldn't be there. I think what piece just comes in just to hold the space in case nobody comes in. But Baba, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, one man. Happy weekend. And Azan, I salute you. World Peace, if you are listening, I salute you too. And people.
Baba, you're welcome, sir.
Yeah, my people in the comment areas, how are you? I see you all. Ola, Olga, and Ayo, Jajon, Arogidigba, Mike, and all the rest of you. I salute you. Happy weekend. And usual listeners, viewers, I formally welcome you. Have you clicked the like button? And if you've done so, have you subscribed also? If you haven't done both, please do right now. For God's sake, I plead that you do that. You are enjoying the platform, aren't you? Yes, of course. That's why you always come again. So please do that. It's what is fair is fair. Oh man, let me quickly start with the population issue. I've always said over the years I've been on this platform that our population is fraudulent. Very, very fraudulent. There is just no way. The comparison that data chose was best described it with Japan and the years. So in 22 years, we doubled our population, not 5 to 10 million. We are talking about 120 thereabout to 218 million. It's not possible. Arithmetically, geometrically, socially, it is not possible. Let's face it.
Even given the sort of population, the birth rate, it's not possible. It's just not possible. It's from 122 million to 220 million in 22 years. Abba.
This whole thing is about resources. It's about resources. This fraud started with the British in their first census of 1931, which they followed again in 1952 to 53, giving the North the advantage of this thing. And they have tenaciously held on to it, aided by having the grip of the power of that country, and they've exponentially expanded the figures. to the embarrassment of people like me. I've always known that. And in a nation where you don't have correct data, but like that of population, how do you plan? You cannot plan anything. So it aided in the fraud we're expecting, where the corruption we are experiencing in that country today, because everything is based on population, local government, state-wise, education, this grant, that grant, this budget allocation, ministerial position. It's at the heart of our problem till today. So until we count ourselves, this fraud will continue, and it will be difficult actually to enjoy the benefits of our economic boom, which is at our doorstep now, and of course will come to reality about 2028, 2029. So we have to address this issue. And Lagos, my own state, is suffering mostly because it's just guesstimates when they tell you in Lagos that, because that's what they plan on. There's about 6 million people enter Lagos every day. It could be more, it could be less. So we have to count ourselves. That's a must. Somebody has to give us a very good sensor with whatever those who know mathematics, whatever the mathematics is, they can use, whatever instrument they can use. We need to count ourselves. Let us at least get to the nearest figure. This 250, 230, 218 is all balderdash. So let me leave it there. I love what Elumelu said. You understand? I mean, I'm all for big business. A lot is happening. A lot is happening in the business space of our country right now. Small SMEs, SMEs, they are all enjoying boom. They are all enjoying boom. So, but the problem with this administration is that they don't have somebody like in the mold of Professor Jerry Garner that will propagate whatever they are doing. People that are enjoying it, because people are not saying anything. Check Bank of Industry, check Bank of Agriculture, the monies they have disbursed. Why are we experiencing export boom? If not those that are exporting, where did they get the money, the help from? So somebody has to be telling the whole nation exactly what is happening in that space. And look at the what do I say, the smoothness with which Elumelu said, look, Forex that used to be problem before, it's no more problem. Forex is readily available.
That's a big thing, actually.
That's
That
a
used
big
to be
thing.
the narrative under Buhari. Remember when they were chasing money, the airlines even were chasing money, to their own money. And Emefiele was telling them that they should get lost.
So something is really happening. The whole world is acknowledging it, not just the Bretton Woods Institute. All economic indices is saying it. They are saying, okay, it's not trickling down. But we all know, if we search our conscience, forget what is being said in the opposition parties. A lot is, people, they say poverty. Poverty didn't happen on Nigeria today. It's been with us. It's been with mankind even, right from biblical times. The poor will always be amongst us. But it's getting worse in some places now where, I mean, I was discussing with somebody like 4 days ago and said, oh, the sister's daughter, that's her niece, called her asking for money. And she said, look, your mother sent money to you. What do you do with the money? And when she was narrating her expenditure, she mentioned data. She buys data, 20,000 every month. A student, 20,000, and that's maybe a minimum. There will be students buying 50,000, 80,000 data. What do they do with those data? They go to the screen to look at bullet points rather than read their lectures, handouts, and read their books. They would rather go to Google, go to ChatGPT to get bullet points and write and use rubbish English.
Wow, you sound so like my father now. Like,
No, this is a reality. When a woman will see an Okada rider who has a wife and 4 children in one room, and you went ahead to befriend him and even got pregnant by him, what are you asking for? You are burying yourself in poverty. Then that kind of girl will now come and say, hey, being power, why will it be not by you? When you saw that this man has a wife and 4 children, is not rich, and you got pregnant, are you crazy? These are the kind of things we find in our environment these days. So that's why I use the word, some of the poverty they complain about is self-inflicted. Self-inflicted. Let me quickly go to that here, Ahmed. I love Lucy.
Sorry. On your way to that, Baba, can everybody that is listening to us now that is not subscribed, yes, please subscribe. The numbers are not going up. Push up the numbers. Baba, no, Dati is somewhat toning down his language now. Is it not Dati, Baba Ahmed?
Yes, I think he has come to the realization, the full realization that the president meant well for the country. Things may be difficult, and the president is not someone that bear grudges, in the sense that I think I read somewhere in the last couple of days, which Arogidiba mentioned also, that he got a license for to get a new department for his university, for aviation department, where they have to turn out pilots. That means he has to construct an aerodrome, he has to buy small kites, that's those small aircraft and things like that. And if you are applied to an administration you think is hostile to your aspiration, just maybe with half-mindedness, let me even try them. At least that application is there for some, maybe a new administration will come in and approve it for me. But voila, he got it approved. I think maybe, I'm not saying that, I'm just thinking out aloud, maybe that's one of the things that has molded him or remolded his opinion.
I saw him eulogizing Kiyamo just a few days ago.
Yeah. I mean, I was pinching myself. You see what he said about the president. So that's good. I hope others will have their Damascus moment like Dati Ahmed is having. So let me go to El-Rufai. You see, at times when you have a certain height of bravura with you, you tend to become loquacious. You are not thinking, you think you're invisible. You're walking on air. How could you come on national TV or international TV to admit, because he readily admits he doesn't know he didn't know what he was saying, that we tapped the phone of not me, an ordinary citizen, but a national security advisor. Am I to assume also that you tap the phone of the president? If you can do that, what can you not do? The phone of chief of defense will be just a meal for you. He said it openly. He tried to walk it back, but it was too late. It was too late. So this is a dangerous man. And I know where all this is coming from, because he's been away since November in Egypt. Said, I think he enlisted in a university or so. What is this? And we know Egyptian universities and they are the elements of the Muslim Brotherhood therein. But he forgot that if Fatah el-Sisi catches him, he will roast him. Because el-Sisi is in bed with the American authorities and is a very good friend of President Donald Trump. I pity him. He doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't know what he's saying. A man who is on record to tell the whole nation that he paid bandits, he paid terrorists But today he's telling us, looking us all in the eyes and telling us he didn't do that. Washing himself clean. Oh, this one you arrested. No, I didn't do it. This one we did. But people have evidence. A man disappeared till today, leaving the wife and 2 daughters since 2022 or is it 2019? I can't remember now. And they've not seen him. And your son came out on his Twitter handle to say, oh, good riddance to bad rubbish. I'm paraphrasing the son. It's on record. So who does he think he is? Look, Yoruba says, Ijoba Amunimogun. Whatever he thinks he is nothing to government. After God is government. He's going to EFCC on Monday. He will be transferred. We may not see him for a very long time. And nothing will happen. Nothing. Does he want to compare himself with MKO? When MKO was arrested, there are hundreds of people surrounding him. MKO was picked. MKO died in detention. Did Nigeria end? Did Nigeria go up in flames? Yes, there were tensions, but it was settled. So many, many examples like that in our political history. So if he thinks he's too much, come Monday, let's see the beginning of his downfall. Nothing will happen. When he will contrive things, phone people, they line up at the airport and everything. Does he think if they want to pick him up at the airport, they will not pick him up? They will pick him up. Even people, if people will die, they will die. They will pick him up. Didn't he do it for El Zazaki? Didn't he do it for El Zazaki? So these are kind of people we are dealing with in that country. And these are people who want to take over the reign of government. These people are dictators. They don't even know what they are doing. The only thing I've had in the last 2 years.
If Nigeria falls into the hands of somebody like El-Rufai, it would be a hellish experience for that country.
Yeah.
It will be back to the Buhari days, but harsher.
Buhari days.
More
it will be worse than Abacha's days. Where you even be afraid to whisper in the corner of your room. You will think the walls have ears.
Can you imagine Abubakar Malami and El-Rufai being in charge of Nigeria? It will be a living hell.
There are so many of them, not just them. I mean, in the so-called structure of criminality, not my word, criminality, look at their faces. Use torchlight to search them. Where do you start with? Is it Bonaventure? What's his name now? Bonaventure, what? The former senator, man who is the chairman now. Is he Aregbesola? Is he, just name them. Strange bedfellows, them all. Them all. Strange bedfellows. All I've been hearing from them in the last 2 years.
Baba, if you look at that ADC, it's like a rogues list.
Yeah, it's a rogue list. It's not like, it is a rogue list.
So what's their argument? Is Rotimi Amechi telling us that, it suddenly happened upon a conscience or an idea, or Abubakar Malami, who was stealing in open glare? He didn't even hide it. I mean,
they've all ruled that country before. Was it Tambua, 8 years governor, House of Representative chairman or so, if my memory serves me correctly? Which of them have not been? Bonaventure, Brigade General, what's his name now? Bonaventure Mark, was Senate president for how many years? He even ruled as a military state governor. He was
he not the one that
federal minister?
Was he not the one that truncated the Third Republic? David Mark, was he not the one that
exactly himself and Guadabe, Colonel Abubakar Umar, and the National Security Advisor to Jonathan, the one that Buhari held in his gulag. I've forgotten his name now.
That's okay.
Dasuki, Guadabe, and the other one who was the administrator of Bronu, who formed the El Kanemi Football Club. I can't remember his name now. Those are the people that truncated this thing. Though people like Bubakar later repented, Colonel Dangiwa. So I mean, in the last 2 years, what have you heard them say about their policy? Did they tell us they will return fuel subsidy? Did they tell us they will open several windows again for this thing, for Forex? Are they telling us, to alleviate our problem, they will remove the NEL fund and make a university free? They are not telling us anything. All I've heard from them the last 2 years, Tinubu must go. We will return into body lump. We'll just insults. Politics of insults. That's all they've been doing. Nothing. They've not told us their policy direction. Nothing. Maybe I've not had. Maybe I'm not hearing well. I'm hard of hearing. If anybody knows the policy direction of ADC, please come forward and tell us where they are taking us to.
But Baba, you've nicely segued into Mukwiton announcing now the election timetable, and it's telling us that campaigning can start around about November 3rd. I want to see the narrative that they will use to prosecute that election. Is it just hate Tinubu? Is that just or are they going to present us policies and ideas? Or is it just going to be gaslighting all the way through?
Look, that he has educated us, or he has told us what the unkept history of the country, political space in our country, that they are not going anywhere. Come July, they will go in disarray. Come July. For any of them, Amechi, Atiku, Obi, any of them who wins that ticket is a cause for the other two to leave. It's as simple as that. But the irony is that if they Obi now, as we speak, according to who was that? Oh yeah, it was same Dati who said yes, Obi didn't write letter to LP that is leaving, and we've not seen Obi registered with ADC. So if you have not registered with ADC, so where are you exactly? Are you think you can dribble the nation because your few people who are following you because they make all the noise? You think that's Nigeria? That's not Nigeria.
Obi is not clever enough for the politics that is going to take place in the ADC. But Rotimi Amechi Baba, he said that power must retain in the South. That's his own angle to pressure that something. So if Atiku gets that,
and it's very sure it could be to beat you. So, but
it will be to be now in a primary.
Will Atiku yield? Atiku is not going to yield to anybody. If push comes to shove, Atiku will leave that ADC for them and go and get his own. You understand? Because this Obi thing, even this bad market, they call Peter Obi, they are trying to sell to us. He mangles what? I don't think I have one watch. So what? I live in room and parlor. So bloody what? So what is he trying to tell me? Because he's a poor man. So that makes him the best candidate. Nigeria has no snake venom. That's the latest from him. Nigeria has no snake venom. No good health hospital. So we don't have snake venom. What do we need snake venom for?
You know, Baba, when they was joining that protest, they asked him what he was protesting for. He couldn't even.
He was talking about Tinubu certificates.
He had no idea.
No, he was talking about Tinubu certificates. We don't want people without certificate. We don't want to know the school they attended. Oh, is that policy?
But Baba, going back to the ADC, like you rightly said, that party is going to hemorrhage quite heavily between July and September this year. So when they start the primaries, Atiku gets that ticket. Rotimi Amechi leaves immediately, and Peter Obi, and then he will start to jostle for the vice presidential ticket. Rotimi Amechi has already said he doesn't want to be vice to anybody. Peter Obi said he's not going to subordinate his ambition. So what happens then? You know, 3 doesn't go into 1 now, and 2
Yeah, well,
doesn't even go into 1. So
you know the funny
there's going to be a lot of implosion in that space.
the funny thing is, Atiku needs money. This election is going to cost a lot of money. Do you see what the people are doing with APC? People are donating vehicles, space, offices. They are acting as if their life depends on this next election. Look, for instance, we have approximately about 177 polling units. If you have to pay your agents 10,000 each for all to cover that, that will cost you about 3.5 billion minus water and food for them. So that agency alone could cost you about 4 billion. Just that alone.
But Baba, do you think people fully understand what is at stake in these elections? Because if Tinubu loses power, then it's a factory reset for that country. So a lot of that Lagos-Calabar superhighway is abandoned because it's hemorrhaging a lot of money. So they will abandon that. They will abandon the Sokoto Badagry. They will try and the Nel Fund will die a natural death because they won't abandon it, but they'll start to say, oh, the money is not there, the money is not there, until that just dies a natural death. You know, they tax something, they'll just use it to steal money. A lot of the things now that is happening will either be abandoned, paused, or reversed. And all of the things that this guy has gathered, they will loot it. We saw it when Buhari came in now. The first 6 months was people trying to recover their electoral expenses. They just opened the vaults of the CBN and they're just cutting away money hand over fist. So if power gets away from Tinubu, that country will be effed up. It's just as simple as
that's not going to happen, because I don't think Tinubu himself sat down and told himself that he needs only 4 years. He has opened big space to act on, and he needs minimum is normal constitutionally as allowed 2 terms, which is 8 years, and manage to put somebody to come after him that will continue in that trajectory. Because like you always say, that we need at least about 4 electioneering cycles for this policy to start to work, so that if you lost your job, you will have something. You are registered, you are counted, you are a bona fide citizen of Nigeria. Nobody's chopping on your head by stealing your identity, so that you have a place to go, present yourself, and you collect money until you get another job. If you have problem with rent, you don't have a job, the government can help you to pay some of your rent. That is the way to go. And that is the trajectory we are facing. But we have to counter ourselves, because I dislike this policy of standing in a market corner and then counting money and giving to people. That is not, it's not civilized. It's crazy. It doesn't make sense. Money has to get to people who actually truly needs it. So we don't need anybody to come.
And by the way, to everyone else, War Peace, Hassan, AY, we're conversational. It's just a few of us here, so we're just gisting. Also,
okay, let me yield for AY in the meantime.
I still want you on the electoral timetable that
I just want to ask Baba one question.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, Hassan.
Yeah, Baba. So I was listening to your scathing narrative about the population not being true and all that. What are you relying on to dispute the last census?
The numbers, I will not say otherwise. If you compare Kano number and that of Lagos, then you will know there is something actually wrong with the numbers coming from the north. And today, officially, Lagos has, I think, about just is it 29 or 20 local government? That is the LGM. We are not talking of the LCDA now. where Kano has 44.
Okay, so you're actually looking at the gerrymandering,
Of course, the
tendencies.
gerrymandering is of course about population.
Yeah. Okay. From that angle, yeah, I can understand where you're coming from. But from the test of the eye, right? For me, somebody who lives in the north, I don't think that the population is that overstated much, or it's probably even understated. That is what from that's just from my observation. Not to say that.
Wait, I'm happy you asked this question, and I believe in my mind, in my head, that you are at least 80% honest when it comes to the politics of your people. You are 80% honest. That's my belief. Now, and I know you are well traveled in the north. Are there no space in that north where you go on a motorbike or on a car ride, kilometers on end, you will not find anybody, any settlement, any village?
There are.
Okay. Yeah. And I'll tell you confidently, I'm not too good, but in the south, in the southeast, part of the southwest, at least I know, and I can tell you for free that you don't have that kind of distance without finding a settlement, a village.
Okay. Yeah.
Or a community.
Let's not compare apples and oranges, right? If we look at all these things, you have to also look at the factors: geography, topography, and the kind of people settling, especially topography. I think it plays a role a lot in the demographic spacing of peoples. So if you come to an arid region, say like Borno, for example, right? What you're going to find is that, especially in northern Borno, you will find that because of the arid nature, you see that in between towns or villages, there is quite some distance. And that is not to say that when you get to the towns, you're not going to see a massive explosion of just spiraling, houses after houses. So pre-Boko Haram, like if you come to Borno State, from after Maiduguri, the highest densely populated area you would think is Bama or, Biu or something like that. It's actually Baga. So, but Baga is quite far from Maiduguri, to the point that you go close to the Lake Chad region. So, the population of people in Baga is massive. You come to Mungunu, massive. You come to places like Dikwa, you come to places like that's we're not even talking. So when you compare Southern Borno, right, because Southern Borno's vegetation and topography is quite similar to what you get in the south. You see similarities that resembles how people live in the south, because the south compared to the north does not have this pace that you want to make it to be. So there is no equivalence. If you use that as your parameter, it gives you false equivalency, and to expect that. Now,
hold on. Hassan, look at the data on your screen and tell me how it reads. This is just raw data. In the year 2000, the Nigerian population was estimated at 122 million people. 122 million. That was in the year 2000. Japan was 126 million. That was in the year 2000. In the year
Why do you choose that, not the 2006 information of the census? Why use Japan?
No, that's the data that is being presented. This is coming
from
what?
So
hold on. Let's go with figures first. Then you can. Okay. This is from World Statistics. This is even an internationalized space, not a Nigerian space. So the population of Nigeria in 2000 was 122 million. Japan was 126 million. In 2022, which is 22 years later, Nigeria records now 219 million, and Japan 123. So Japan's population shrunk approximately 2
No,
million.
one man.
Yeah.
First
One
of
man,
all,
this your sorry.
Birth rate.
This your comparison is out of place, man.
No,
Please,
I just want to, I just wanted to point it out. Just look at fertility rates, birth and death rates, fecundity, and all that. Then you get why Japan's population is crashing.
Yes, but we double our population in 22 years. Double the population in 22 years.
Can I say something?
Geometric progression is not. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, for our population is highly fraud. We all know this. We can deceive ourselves.
It's nonsense now. The figures are nonsense.
Yeah, you can believe what you want to believe, but it's not based on facts.
Hold on, please. Everybody's writing their population based on everything about Nigeria.
You can't just say it's nonsense, as if what we are trying to say is
that's please
insulting.
Hold on. It's not insulting. We are actually insulting ourselves by holding on to our sensors.
No, you are actually insulting yourself.
Can I speak? You'll be speaking and I don't speak. You'll be speaking for like 2 months on this platform. I've not spoken or said anything about you.
Go ahead and speak. Go ahead and speak. Just don't say.
Don't tell me. Don't dictate what I'm going to say, please. Respect is reciprocal. And the threshold of knowledge is not on your table. So please,
you actually started with saying that it's what we're trying to say is nonsense.
I didn't mention Hassan when I was speaking. Why are you now the teacher to tell me what I'm saying is right or wrong?
You interjected.
But to be fair, Hassan, he said the figures are nonsense. I didn't think he was saying.
I didn't say you are nonsense. I said the figures are nonsense. And you started attacking me like, why are you so defensive when it comes to population?
If you guys don't want to speak, let me speak then.
Anyway, hold on.
You speak now. You are.
Don't please, and let me speak. And when you guys were talking, I didn't disturb anybody. Our population is highly nonsense.
I'm just coming, Oga. No speak.
The population is highly nonsense, and is killing our economy. It's not making us to move forward because everybody is citing numbers, and because we all looking for allocation. Everything about Nigeria, census, politics. Local government. When you increase your population, then you can increase the allocation you get. When it comes to politics, you can write a bogus numbers because you already have a number you put out there that's not really factual, that you cannot really determine. There's nothing to determine. There's no parameter to determine who are the really Nigerians, the number of Nigerians. Look at, for example, for the past 10 years, Boko Haram will be ravaging the north. Still, does it tell you the north is about 220 million? How do they count them? People are displaced, people are running out, and yet you still have a same number. The population is not, are they gay population that they don't reduce? I don't know the word to use. In fact, those are phantom numbers. Nigeria, the number we have in Nigeria is killing us. Until we sit down and take the actual population of Nigeria, then we cannot take the statistics of what we really need in Nigeria to make us grow. First of all, look at China. China has been complaining about, saying that 1.5 billion citizens whatsoever. Since they uplift the ban of one-child policy, what's China's actual number now? It's about 500 million. Baba, are you there? Please, you can testify to this.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Baba, are you there?
Yeah, I know. That's what's coloring my interpretation of the whole thing.
You've been trying to triumph number. China tried that we do it for a while you do it for a while.
Are you actually telling us with a straight face that it's only 500 million people that are in China? Are you hearing yourself?
Numbers are coming from China government. Huh?
Is it recent? That 500 million?
Yeah, it's coming from China right now. It's a problem in China right now. China is fighting their people to start having kids. Do you think only Japan? I live there in Japan, my friend. I don't know. I don't live in China.
I think China population is
said it's coming out to see.
Check that your numbers.
Listen, listen carefully. Listen carefully, before you check, listen. China number officially on paper is about almost 1 billion. But actually, experts in China and the world are coming out with real numbers now, that the numbers in China they are bringing out is not up to that number. Since they lift the one child policy ban, China is struggling to meet up. They don't move up to 500 million. The number they are coming out right now
that they have right now is about 500 million, which is pushing the government to.
How can we get that number? That's what I'm asking.
Please listen to you. Please listen to news. Listen to the experts and let's see what they are talking.
This is just.
No. This one, China population is about 1.4 billion, right? It's 1.4 billion. So
this is the kind of mindset that you guys
Hold on.
Hold on. What piece? Do you know why China?
Let me finish my submission, then we can wait. Let me finish my submission, then you can ask me question later. Hold on, let me finish first, then you can ask me question later. No, hold on. Don't determine when to ask me, not to ask. Hold on, let me finish. Then you can hold on now. You haven't let me miss a train of thought. Please,
we are not many. Let him flow. Let him flow, please.
Go ahead. Let him land, but let Wapis land. But Wapis, Chat GPT is not agreeing with you. But carry on.
China, right? Even does not agree with me right now. China, we're watching it in Japan. We watch it on news when they are doing analysis, the Chinese analysis, and what analysts are doing the analysis. Since they took up they call it Cobra effect. Since they took up the one-child policy, China is facing the effect. They don't have that number they'll be throwing up at the beginning. The number they said they calculate, the expert have calculated in China right now is about 500 million. I say it again and I stand by it. These are what will be what here. On paper, example, in Nigeria, we have. How do you make 100 million people in 20 years? How do you give birth to 100 million people in 20 years? Can somebody help me make sense? Can anybody hear me? I don't know, my network is skipping.
No,
I can hear you. Can hear you clearly.
It makes no sense. It's just.
How do you give birth to 100 million? Even America, that is how? Since
years.
It's 22 years. How?
Walpis, let me read what I asked ChatGPT. Rates of yearly population growth of China since they stopped one couple, one child policy. Here is now answers. Here is a year-by-year look at China's population growth / decline since it ended its one-child policy, including approximate annual growth rates and data on births and overall population change. China formally ended the strict one-child policy at the start of 2016, relaxing first to 2 children and later to 3. Annual population change since 2016 is 2016, they've just had annual growth of averagely 17 million in 2016. That's the growth. In 2017, it declined to 8.4. In 2018, 5.6. In 2019, 4.9. In 2020, 2.05 million. So it that's what World Peace is saying, even though it's not articulating it well, it's been declining rather than going up since they stopped that thing. And that's a country of over 1 billion people.
Baba, here is a question for you and World Peace. What was the reason why China implemented the one parent, one child?
Because they thought they are becoming overpopulated and they cannot feed that kind of high numbers that is coming out.
That is true. Yeah, in general, right? China population has been declining, but it has never gone down less than 1 billion. China population as
what you are not understanding, AY, calm down. What we are saying is that if a 1 billion population people become open to say, okay, make una dey born as una like, and yet the thing 1 billion, if you compare to Nigeria's growth, I don't know mathematically the percentage on percentile points, that means if Nigeria will grow in 20 years to double it, then China, by this time, they are getting close to 10 years. So China will have been at least about 1.7, 1.5 billion. I don't, people who are vast in arithmetic can help.
So here is the difference. That is why I told one man to stop comparing Nigeria and Japan right now. in Japan, in China, even till today, when the one child rule was stopped, they still give birth to 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Even in the West, especially like Canada, US, you see people 1, 2. Maximum 3 is too much for them. But
go ahead, please.
Even the daughter is telling him about that.
Look at it.
Stop with this babu now.
When it comes to Nigeria, we have to open to have the discussion. I'm not going to argue if Nigeria population is right, is correct, or is too low, whatever. Until we have the very accurate sex, all right. But however, here is the difference. In the north, especially, for example, you have a man gave birth to 10 children. Those 10 children, some between 10, 20, those 10, 20 children, we have, let's say half of them will have multiple wives. Each of these wives will give birth to at least 5. At least, that's the minimum. I'm just being conservative here. You have women give birth to 7, 8, 9, 10 in the north. You have men having 4 wives, have children. You see, I've seen people in the north that have up to 30 children. This is actually a fact. So that is, when you look at it, right, just imagine in a family, each of the child is giving birth, is marrying one wife, giving birth to 2, 3, 4 maximum. 5, let's say 5 in the south. In the north, in similar situation, you see that person having like 10, 50, 20 children. So we can argue this, but Kai, no, they give birth though. To be honest, they give birth a lot.
But
the population, sorry, let me finish this. Sorry, in terms of the 3, they say we are 240, a bit 250 million. Yeah, it could be over exaggerated, but I think we need to have try to have a very accurate, sensor, carry sensor out for us to really know the number we are. But not they give birth. This is what I'm just going to summarize for you.
Now up to in early 90s, we decided still marrying 3 wives. I don't know anybody's father here that have 1 wife. Probably it's not a must that must have 3 or 4 wives. Yeah. I don't know, father. We. Hold on, hold on. Say we. What I mean, we that is 50 years, 40 years above. Our parents have 3 or 4 wives. Doesn't mean everybody must have. But out of 4 of us in this panel, or 5 of us, 3 of us from the south, probably if you ask, our father has 1 or 2 or 3 wives. We can ask. Up to the 90s here, late 80s, our uncle is still married 2, 3 wives. Hold on now, let me finish. Hold on, let me finish now. When you're talking about it, not, I didn't interject you. Now, this notion that the British or the Western have used to brainwash us, and the Northern elite are pushed that will swallow it hook, line, and sinker. Just hold that. Oh, they all gave birth, and so that they are more popular than us. I'll also use China again. When they wrote China was 1.5 billion citizens or 1.4 billion citizens, they were not marrying 2 wives. There was 1 man, 1 wife. Yes, they came out with 1.4 billion. America, since I know America, like let's say 90s down, the population has been in 250 to 300 million. Yet they opened their doors for visa application, and the number never exceeded that number. And they are marrying 1 wife. Is it by marrying 10 wives that to create to create population? Who don't pass you? The truth of the matter is that Nigeria in general, we're not up to 120 million. Japan did it. All big. Hold on. This pride of taking giant of Africa, making ourselves look so big because we have population. It's not by population to make country great. Now, Japan did it too. At one time, Japan number was 150 million. Now, when they did that census, they say put that one more showing, they put at 120. Still, till now is about that 120. When Japan had that population, when they brought that was in 40s, or 50s, or early 90s, I don't know. When they have a lot of Koreans, Chinese, they brought for that war this thing to build Japan. But they know it's all trop numbers. They know the number is not actually up to that. Countries do it, just like manipulation of currency to look big among others. Actually, you're not really there till you get there. Every country is throwing down numbers. They have these numbers. They have these numbers. If you check it, you look at it riskily, they don't really have these numbers. But they do it for sometimes for economic growth, which is for some time, but not all the time. The problem of Nigeria will keep that number for all the time. That's the problem.
You see,
it's affecting us.
I have to say I somewhat agree with Bob. I don't think our population is up to 150 million.
Let me quickly say, like, if you really ask me to estimate our population, I would say it's gonna be up to 180 million to 200 million.
We are not. Well, you know what's called 180 million
but
people.
Hold on. Like what you just said now, right? That is what I'm basically explaining. So in the olden days, even in the South, like for example, in the Southwest, you see a lot of parents that had even 7 wives, 10 wives. But in the South, don't forget, we are more enlightened, more educated. Now, that education, that enlightenment is making us to get more scared. Because I tell you this for free, educated and enlightened people, even rich people, like medium class people, they want to give birth to children they can take care of. They think, they plan, because we overtake it. The poor people, they are the people giving birth. They don't care. They don't think about it. They have the child, they will throw it on the street. They don't care. This is one thing we need to know. Don't forget, our great-grandfather, our grandfathers too, they were married these women, giving birth to these children because they want to use them for farming. So things have really changed. They want to use them for farming. This was the kind of lifestyle. But in the 90s, you are calling now, when you go check, say, in the last 30 years in the South, you will see even within your family, people are getting more scared of having too many children. It will be very difficult for you to see a man in the South now, say, from last 25 years, having like 10 children, 15, 20 children. But these things, they are still very, very common in the North.
Let me quickly tell you this, all right? The time you are talking about is that time we're supposed to have more population. The reason why we don't have more population now, we're having one wife, one kid, is not because we are educated. That's an insult to the North. Not. The reason why is because of the economic hardship that we were able to recognize immediately.
Yeah, he said, what makes you understand the economy hardship? Is it not because of the education?
Not by the education. Not by the education.
It's
not by the education.
Sorry, Wapi. Sorry, AY. Only to agree with you. You know that Wapi, you know that everybody is getting a lot more enlightened, including the North. Everybody understands, especially the South, but even the North as well. Everybody understands birth control, population control, your relationship, your economics to be able to raise the children, all of these things. So the population should be reducing. The birth rate should not be getting higher. It should be getting lesser as people become more enlightened.
Yeah, I think to solve this problem is just to put a very sensor that will try and be accurate, because I think what we are really doing is estimate. Yeah, I have my doubt if Nigeria is up to 230 million. I have serious doubt, but definitely more than 100 million.
I don't know, one man. I don't know if you can pull up the Nigerian census. I think is it 1960 or 50 or 70. I think we're about 50 million. Can you quickly check it? You have checked it before. I don't know if you can quickly check
60.
it.
Yeah, around 60 million, I think.
And at that time, there was no birth control. They were full. People were marrying as they like. They were producing as they like. Even the South produced more than the North at that time. Our parents I have uncles that have 12 wives, about 30-something children. At that time, that 30 children at that age, not the one they gave birth to. We were lots. women was marrying like crazy. Yet we were like 16 million. Then from that time to 1980, we now move up to 100 million. How can you not tell me in 2006 we just flew to 22 million from nowhere? That was politics now.
So,
it's just
I have the number here. In 1950, we were 37 million. 1960, 45 million. 1970, 56 million.
1750. Hold on there. 1756 million. The reason I'm saying it, there were still food in abundance. People were still strolling to the bush. In short, let me use the South. In South,
no family planning then.
No, yes. Now, hold on. 70s, yes. In the South, close your eyes is your farm, because there were green, arable land everywhere. People were farming. People were feeding their kids, and we were not up to that million.
But to be honest, let me say this: if you look at the trend of the population growth in Nigeria, I don't think 200 million is out of place. So to be honest,
hold on. This is the problem. You're not saying. When the population came to importance is when we actually translate to democracy. The more population you have, the more allocation. And the more areas that have more allocation, the more population get more allocation. Do you understand it? So people started throwing numbers. Sorry, Southeastern will tell you. Southeastern will tell you we are 50 million. South will tell you they are 60 million. How did they take the statistics to know they are 16 million? They know tell they are 120 million.
All right. Let me run you through some figures quickly.
Okay.
So this is Nigeria's population, the counted population. So this is from 1962 to present. So 1962, it was estimated at 45.3 million. They say it was cancelled. It says result rejected due to widespread irregularities. In 1963, the population was at 55.6 million. They said that was disputed, officially accepted, heavily contested politically. In 1973, the population was 79.8 million, cancelled, annulled by military government, inflated figures. 1991, 88.9 million official, first widely accepted modern census. So let's take it from 1991, which everybody seems to accept. So 1991, and then 2006, was that under Goodluck Jonathan? 140 million. Current last official data. So from 2000, it's now come to that figure now. So there was meant to be one in even last year, but Tinubu did not carry it out. So the figures just seem to ellipse. If you look at from 1973 to 1991, that was just about a 10 million increase. So maybe that's not realistic. But from 1991 to 2006, it's I'm not sure how many years that is, but that's quite 8 plus 8 is 16. That's nearly double, and then the estimates that we're getting is nearly doubled again.
Yeah, let me make it substantial. Let me finish. Let me use the floor. Anyway, we can believe whatever we want to believe. We want to true to ourselves. We want something to start. We want development in that country. We want to rebuild ourselves
and make progress.
We must jettison this number we have and check two census and get the real numbers we have actual number we are in Nigeria. If we don't do that, we're not going anywhere. That's why we have corruption in different places, in different ministries. You might look at this number as a funny thing, like it's still 15 million, but this 15 million is 250 million to some people's account. Imagine some department that have 300,000 people that is not really existing. Because what 250 million, they'll be throwing numbers everywhere, throw money there. Is having to look money and it's hammering us. It's like a little child carrying a big basin of water. It will break our neck one day. Because every election, every time, they'll keep throwing numbers to get their way. And it's not good for us.
That's why we have ghost workers.
Not just have ghost workers everywhere. There's leakage everywhere. We have 250 million, yet our police... Okay, look at a simple example, Baba, I beg. 250 million, our military is not to 1 million.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Even if you include the police, it's not up to 1
million.
Include
the police. I'm saying the military. I didn't say army, military apparatus. It's up to 1 million or 1 million plus. With our soldier is about 3 something. I mean,
I mean, you know, it's 400.
And you know, and the people in jail is less than 120,000.
150 million. Why do you have this? As I said, China. I said, start debunking it. We are watching in Japan. Yes, Japanese experts are debunking that. If you said you are 1.something billion, and now they said they remove the cap like has having 2 children, and you're supposed to have 1 children, and yet you cannot even produce 10 million in 1 month, in 1 year, in 1 billion. This thing.
No, don't forget the China population is
most population in city. What you want to understand there is a policy that elites play over the world. Not agree Nigeria is playing it, but it's for some time. You have to recap it. You have to nip it, otherwise it will destroy that thing you are trying to build. It's good for the beginning.
So let me ask you a question. Which continent in the world do you think have the most youthful population?
Africa, Nigeria,
Africa.
Yeah,
Africa, we know that already.
That is the reason why you should know in Africa we give birth a lot.
We are not saying they don't give. You're not getting it.
Okay. Even if you look at the birth rate, it still doesn't correlate.
It doesn't correlate, man.
I kind of agree.
Is too substantial.
Don't forget, people die too, not just giving birth.
And you have to understand that we have high mortality, infant mortality rate. We have high. I mean, our infant mortality rate was up. I mean, it's only recently that it's gone below 40%, and then we were getting up to 40% at some stage, which is
life expectancy in Nigeria
below 50.
It's under 50. I saw that recently.
Can you imagine? Japan is.
I think
it's up to yes under 50. That Japan is holding up to 90 to 100, and yet they are 1.2 million. What are people talking about now?
I think in Africa, say Nigeria, we don't even have record for the mortality rate. To be honest,
I think we can cut Nigeria's population by half, and it'll still be too much.
Respectable.
I think we can just throw those figures in the bin. 240 million.
Say you call it this.
True of the matter. The British gave us these numbers.
You know, in Yoruba land, on average, and Baba correct me on this, on average, it's usually 3 children on average.
But let me ask you, so like America population is around 350 million. Are you gonna say that the census is overbloated?
America population is the highest rigged population. They tell you 350 million.
What do you say? AY?
America population is around 350 million, I think. Are you
no. About 250.
250.
No.
250. Let me
America now. Baba lives in America now.
250 hemi 300. Roughly, they say roughly.
No. I know this.
Okay. Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. Hold on. Let me tell you this. Even though it's 350.
Okay, Baba.
Every year, how many immigrants on internet?
I want Baba to comment on it.
He will comment on it. He's checking. Even though it's 350, do you know how many immigrants come to America every year? They admit every year. Yet it's still 350 for the past 10 years. If so.
Okay, it's 335. 335.
Well, that's a different number. 2026 estimate is 340.
Okay, wait now. No, let's just hold on. Even though it's 350, and every year they admit up to 5 to 10 million immigrants for the past 10 years.
That's not correct, please.
3 to let's say 3. Yes, 3 now. No, legally and legally, we go to 10 million in America. Officially, it's like 3 million.
No.
It's capped on that 1%.
Yeah, it's part of it. It's part of it. Now, don't forget.
It's capped on that 10% of immigrants in any country.
Look at it. Don't forget, in America, people don't give birth too. The population comes.
I'm not talking using Iowa. Immigrants that come into that country.
Yeah. Let me explain.
Immigrants that come and declare they become citizen.
In America. In America, people don't give birth. Their population call.
I'm not talking about birth. I'm not talking about birth. I'm talking about immigrants that migrate there every year. They give
about 1 million now every year. About 1 million every year.
About 1 million.
Okay, yeah? 10 years, 10 million. 10 years, 10 million. Yet the number does not increase. Every
number
I keep telling you.
What do you mean the number does not increase? The number increases every year.
Okay.
So
Anyway,
what he's saying, what World Peace says that only immigrants coming into America every year, 1 million.
It's the
We are not
only
talking
source
of
of
internal
population.
death.
Baba, that is the only source of population mainly in America. So population.
What about birth? What about
Let me
birth?
explain. Let me explain. You guys need to study.
Don't forget this 1 million people, some of them start giving birth immediately.
I know. Hold on now.
They call them anchor babies, don't they?
America population mainly come from immigration before now. When you come to birth, how many Americans get 5 children? Majority of America have maximum 3 children, right?
So sorry,
it's not Americans.
Let me mute you because of the background noise. Please carry on.
Yeah, the majority of America they don't give birth, right? 2, 3. Africa and other if they have too many children, 4, 5. But in Nigeria, what I'm still saying, you will see one man have like 30 children, 25 children, 20 children. This is still very common in Nigeria. That's what we are not getting here. It's actually an issue. Nigeria birth is mostly by Nigeria population. That's the difference. So
what you are not saying, AY, is that we're talking about that figure, that doubling, 100 and something million in 20 years. That is the question.
Well, I feel, yeah, it might be overestimated. Or maybe we do like a proper.
To what degree? To what degree would you say is overestimated?
I would say, if you ask me, I would say Nigeria. I'll put Nigeria population around 180 to 200 million.
I'll put it at 150.
I will put it at 150 as well.
Yeah, well, one man, I don't know Nigeria. One man visited Nigeria maybe 25 years ago.
No, now if we look at the figures now,
you guys just like the sound of your voices, and you have an agenda. You just want to run it. If not,
wanting to get the population right.
You just woke up and
can I just say something? You see, one thing about we Nigeria is this: I keep hearing we give birth, we give. See, are we the only African countries? Why are we not seeing exponential increase in other African countries except Nigeria? How come that population is always around the north? So all this idea of we just buy the narratives, because these are the narratives sold to us by politicians for the purpose of fraudulent benefits, and we just take it over. And the funny thing about it is when our intellectuals are buying into this, we have PhD holders, we have professors, and they start buying into what they cannot verify just because of ISO. I don't know how you want to use ISO to measure population.
They are the one driving it, Ola.
Exactly. Because if you want to use ISO to measure population, then you go to Oshodi then, and you see the population. So just assume because you see population in Oshodi, okay, there are 200 million just because you want to use ICE. We know that we are so fraudulent.
So let me, sorry to stop you right there. The statement you make now is not actually correct. In Africa, almost all the black Africa countries, their population double from year 2000.
No.
Okay, we can look at the number. One man help us with the number.
Yes,
in Ghana, around year 2000, their population was around 17 million.
No, sir.
Wait, now. In fact, we are projected to reach 450 million.
Hold on. Today, Ghana population is 35.7 million. So, fact check me.
Wait, in year 2000, Ghana was 30 million.
No!
I'm telling you.
Okay, let's check it.
I don't need to check. I will not even believe ChatGPT if it tells me otherwise. I know the space. It was 30 million when Rawlings was ruling.
We can look for the number on Google.
I'm telling you correctly, when Rawlings was there.
But let's use Google.
Their census then was, I think, 2003, if I'm correct, or 2000, early 2000. Yeah, they didn't even count me. I was not counted because I was not steady at home.
So, Baba,
until they finished this exercise in Ghana, I was not counted. But they came to my home.
Or Google? Is that what you want us to do?
You say go. I've not. I live. It's a living experience. I'm telling you.
Gogo said 18 million in year 2000 Ghana population.
That is
But
wrong.
today,
That is absolutely incorrect.
you see now this argument is not gonna. That means you.
No,
you don't
I'm
wanna
telling you, I live in Ghana also.
But that was the population.
No, I'm telling you, that was Rawlings' era.
Give us the
Kufuor took over from Rawlings, and I'm telling you, one of them, early 2000, I think before 2005, even a census was conducted that confirmed that Ghana was 30 million.
No.
Even at that, I was not counted, even though they counted my household.
Baba, do you know why I would disagree with you? Around, let's say, like 10 years ago, Ghana population and Lagos population we are very close. The population were very close.
No, even then we used to joke amongst ourselves, Nigerians.
As at this time, I'm telling you, Lagos population was around 20 million estimated.
No, don't dispute what I'm telling you because I live there too. I have a home there.
But we have to verify. Google will not lie. ChatGPT will.
No, my own experience. I'm telling you, on that score, I can argue with this thing. If not, go to Ghana's website and check.
Let's check.
Go to
there's a formula for there's a formula for calculating population growth. It's not much.
That's true.
If you know the averages of your birth, if you know the averages of your death rates, you measure fertility and fecundity. If you put it into the equation, it's going to give you how the population. It's not magic. It's just demography. I'm wondering how can you guys
we don't have that demography in Nigeria. We don't have that.
We have a base number to work on. First of all, from the 2006 census, it's not so we have
to be carrying out. All the census will be carried out in Nigeria.
Hold on, guys. Let me show you something. We were talking about birth rates and whatnot, and we were saying the north. So the closest example to the north is maybe Niger Republic. So this is Niger Republic's
Niger Republic is not even lying on the same lines of longitude and latitude. Sorry. It's false equivalency.
No, hold
look
on.
At how arid that place is now.
No, hold on now. It borders the north now. Is it not?
No.
It doesn't. It's not on the borders of the north.
Just look at your map. Look at where the Sahel region is and where the savannah is.
What are you doing now?
I'm telling you that geography, ecology, topography affects population growth.
Just settle down. Niger Republic is on the borders of Nigeria. It borders right where Katsina is right there. And we're talking about population explosion, especially the birth rate in the north. And the closest example to the north is Niger Republic.
It's a lie. It's not.
All right.
It's not.
Okay.
I disagree. Example? It's not because if you look at the north has some rainforest. It has Guinea savanna. It has, a Sahel savanna and has an arid zone right at the tip top of it. That is where you see places like Borno, Yobe, Katsina, Sokoto, are meeting with. And as you go further into these arid regions, that becomes the Sahara Desert, and that is where you begin to see that population falls because there are no tributaries that brings large volumes of water for people to actually settle down. So for Borno, where Nigeria actually stops, you see that there's a lake Chad. That is a source of water. That is the source of the spiraling big population.
The topography of Mali that will be
Look at your map, one man. Stop doing these assumptions now.
What am I looking at the map for?
I'm telling you that geography. Mali is not Nigeria. It's not northern Nigeria.
What?
Since northern Nigeria is your problem, right?
I don't know what you're doing. But I just want to present that.
I don't know whether you speak my local language. I would have spoken.
No. There's no correlation between what you're saying and what we're contending. What we are contending is
put your position. Then let me respond.
Yeah, hold on. what we are contending is that the population explosion in Nigeria is anomalous. And we looked at data that told us we were 122 million in the year 2000, and we're 219 million 22 years later, which is nearly double the population. And then we're talking about birth rate explosions in Africa. And we're talking about that the body of that population explosion in Nigeria comes from the north. So that's where the conversation is. And I just wanted to introduce that. I ran us through the, just hold your pace, you get to speak. I ran us through the population figures of Nigeria, which you cannot really, it doesn't amount to anything. So just let me run all the figures, and then anybody that wants to dispute it can come after. Is it on the screen? Let me make sure. Is it on the screen?
Yes, it is. That's it.
All right. Let's take it from Nigeria. So from Nigeria independence till date, our first census was in 1962. That was completely disregarded. It was 45 million then. Results rejected due to widespread irregularities. 1963, 55 million. Disputed, officially accepted, heavily contested politically, which is the underpinnings of Nigeria's population. Is always political. 1973, it was 79 million. It was cancelled, annulled by the military. Now, the first real one that had some acceptability was 1991. And the figures then told us that it was 88.9 million. So 89 million approximately. That was in 1991. In 2006, there was another population. So 1991, that's less than, how many years is that? 16 years thereabout. We did that. The population doubled between 1991 and 2006. So 91 to 2006, yeah, that would be about what? 15 years. In 15 years, the population virtually doubled from 88 million, 89 million to 140 million. So that was an explosion right there. But those are the only two officially condensed population figures that we have. So we were also looking at the population in the year 2000, and we're comparing Nigeria and Japan. Japan had around about 126 million. Nigeria had 122 million in the year 2000. In the year 2022, Japan had 23 million, but their population reduced because, of course, the children are too busy in the avatar world to birth, and so their population reduced. But Nigeria's exploded just on beyond stratospherically from 122 to 219. So that was nearly double the population in 22 years. So now we're looking at other countries for comparison. We go to Niger Republic, which we are saying is an arid country. Which country are we in? So we go to Niger Republic, which you say is an arid country. Where did I have Niger Republic? We go to Niger Republic, which you say is an arid country. That can be their population. Oh no, that's an estimation of Nigeria. So we go to Niger Republic, which you say is an arid country. Most of their population census is official. So 1977 they were about 5 million. 1988 they were about 7 million. 2011 they were about 11 million. So 88 so that's still within the realms of reason. And then from 2011 to 2012, they were about 17 million. So that's roughly about 5 million population added. Then we go to Mali. So we go to Mali. In Mali, they had 6 million 1976, 7 million 1982. These figures don't read right actually, because from 6 million to 7 million, that's just a 1 million population increase over a vast period of time. But what is actually coming out is that the Nigerian population explosion is anomalous. Even saying that Africa it is anomalous. Even considering the African
consistent
population
with
explosion,
logic.
it is anomalous to any known data out there. So it's just conjectured coupled up figures based
You
on
don't finish.
the people from Kano are just trying to
Yeah, you don't finish.
get more local government. Yes.
Okay. All right. Let's start with Japan, for example. So when you say Japan, okay, when you call Nigeria, you are doing this thing that you don't want to go to the base population census, the last one, which Obasanjo, a Yoruba man from Ogun State, actually conducted. So you mean to tell me, in fact, when I go shop, me to go doing own, it will be 320 million. Now that time when I go open, yeah, which kind of thing is that? So you have to start with the base population, and that base population of Nigeria when Obasanjo did that was 140 million.
But Azan,
right?
even that was disputed. That was meant to be fraudulent.
Yeah, of course, people will dispute, of course. So
but
let Tinubu do it again.
Major issues. There were major issues. There were issues in some parts of the country where individuals claim that the census officials can access and count their wives. People did not willingly submit.
They were counting the wives by legs. They were counting.
It is possible. It is possible that there are,
that was widespread. That was widespread. We know that.
I don't think it is bad enough
to renew my passport. I still remember to renew my passport.
To render it useless. If anything, I believe the things that happen probably in the South is just projection. So because people were projecting, they thought everybody was doing it, which is not the case. Because I think that it is consistent with what you would expect of a healthy, fertile population. Because the way in which a population grows, especially that of a thriving human population like ours, is different. So if you compare Nigeria that has a base of 140 starting with, and then with Mali or Niger, it's false equivalence. It cannot be the same. You cannot also compare Nigeria and Japan or China. All these Western countries that are having 1.5 child per woman to a region where the average is around 4 to 7. You cannot compare that now.
All right, Asa, you've made the point. Ola wants to come in, but before Ola comes in, can every single person listening to us now, and when I'm saying every single person, I'm not talking about other people. I'm talking to you, Chiamaka, and Uchenna, and Bayo, and Mukhtar, whoever, you individually, and everybody that's not already subscribe subscribe now, so that the numbers jump up. So if you're not subscribed, you're not listening to me thinking I'm talking to other people. I'm talking to you if you're not subscribed. So subscribe now so that the numbers jump up. That's the one way you can help the platform. Ola, you wanted to say?
Yeah, you see one thing, Azan, how you know that population of Nigeria is fraudulent? Because already, I won't take you to that angle where you are arguing with Niger Republic chat. Because why I mention Niger Republic and those people, because they are similar to you in culture. So the excuse of giving birth is like just indiscriminately, you understand? If it applies to you in the northern part, it should apply to Niger Republic, it should apply to Chad. So if you cannot see the consistency around
it will not apply.
Hold on, sir.
Let me tell you why.
Hold on, sir. Farabale.
Go ahead.
You understand? So that one already one. Then when you look at the number of registered SIM in that country today, and one thing you may want to know is this: many of those SIM registration, many people are carrying 3 data, 3 SIM card, many are carrying 2. So at least about 70% of Nigeria are have dual SIM registration. Go and look at the total number of those registered. I think they are less than 170. So basically, when you look at those dual SIM and all those things, so it means that the total of Nigerians in within our telecom ecosystem should be less than 100 million. And don't forget that all those registered users we are talking about, we have POS, we have automated teller machine, and some devices. They are counted as users too. Then again, go and look at the population of our voters. In 1979, for example, they say we have total registered people that are around 48 million, and our population as of 1979, 1978 was around 80 million, less than 80 million. Then 60 million casted votes in 1979, and to 24 million casted votes in 2023.
All a misapplication of statistics, sir.
It's not misapplication. It's not misapplication.
Yes, you are using a statistician mind to be a demographer.
Don't derail me. Now, so when you look at all those things, look at the consistency, look at the gap, look at the variance. You understand? Not only that, we are in a country, there's no country that is fertile when there's insecurity. Take that one out of it first. Again, we have about 20 million Nigerians in diaspora. So when you add all those things up, so are you saying the 20 million outside Nigeria, they are giving birth in Nigeria? That's one. Are you saying those people that are displaced, that they are not as fertile as they are supposed to be fertile? Are you saying they're part of that population? Then there's no productivity. You understand? There's no productive activities in that country to support the type of population, because otherwise there will have been an even exponential security explosion in that country if those population that we're talking about were to be true. So
I think that's one of the reasons why we have the problem we have.
All this manipulation just for benefit. Don't buy into all those stuff. So
Okay. Let me just say this, right?
Hassan, hold on. Let me build. Ola takes over. Super Tatas, Ola, and Ayo. Can people please make sure they're subscribing? The numbers are not going up. We've had in excess of 7,000 interactions with this stream just in the course of it. People coming in and out in excess of 7,000. So numbers should go up. If you're not already subscribed, please subscribe. After this conversation, AY takes over Arogidegba. After AY, Ola takes charge. I bail out. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Hassan, carry on.
Okay. No, Hassan, let me just put this point to you. What actually colored my view? I took a crazy trip because of flight constraint from Cote d'Ivoire. I took a flight from Lagos to Kaduna. I was going to Niamey in Niger Republic. So when I disembarked in this thing, I still feel goosebumps when I remember that journey. I don't know why I did it. That was crazy. Then I chartered a cab at the airport in Kaduna to go by road to Niamey. So went through Katsina. I can remember I went through Sokoto, Zamfara. And then before entering some crazy places, one thing I observed was that it's only when I entered big towns, urban area, we experienced population. But others, for instance, when we are approaching Sokoto, I saw a signboard that says we are nearing Shagari village. Then I asked the driver, I said, when we got, I said, where is the Shagari village? Always pointing inside. You understand? But another observation is that they had good roads in some places. To the extent that the traffic was low, they were drying kilishi and pepper on the outermost lanes. You understand? So
a chopper would have given you a greater perspective, because because Sokoto is a plain, right? It's not like the south where the topography is hilly, somewhere there is steep. So when you sit down at a certain position, your vantage point, you kind of see how sprawling everywhere is, at least relative to where you are. But when you are in a plain like Sokoto, so you don't necessarily see that the population centers are quite huge because of your vision, the human vision. There is an end point where it does you cannot just all take it in.
But you can't find that in the south. Where you have roads, you will have population along the roads.
I'm telling you that there are populations. It's just that the way you are seeing it and the way you are passing through, you misinterpret the way that place is, and the kind of settlements that they have is quite sparse. It's not a settlement that the buildings are all close together, where land is kind of being managed. There is so much land here that where people are scattered all around. It may give you the impression that this place feels quite empty, but that's not the case. And one other thing that I want you people to pay attention to is the fact that in northern Nigeria, up till now, the approach towards these families that you say cannot feed themselves is that they live on subsistence farming. They have the land and they have access to till their land. So what the human needs is the basics: food, shelter, and thus clothes. All these new first world problems, they are not the basics that a human being needs to thrive, right? So while we have arable lands in northern Nigeria and have quite water resources to support that, and I mean, even our rain, the rain we get relative to Niger, you see that we can actually do subsistence farming, unlike Niger. So all those things they gather around. But what I wanted to say to Ola is the fact that, okay, Oga Ola, let's assume that Nigeria's population in 2026 right now is just an assumption, but let's assume as of 2026 Nigeria's population is 240 or 235 or 236, right? Okay, so what we know for a fact is that Nigeria's population is around 140 something or 130 something thereabout in 2006. That was the year that was done. So our annual population growth rate is important because now you're talking of 170 million registered SIM cards. You have to also know that the children, it's a kind of an inverted pyramid. If you look at the population, speciation and differentiation, you see that it's a pyramid, right? At the bottom, you have the babies, and then as you go further, the pyramid gets steeper, and then that's the way our population is. So you must be an adult before you register a SIM card and all that. And children are the majority. In fact, if you look at the pyramid, you see that the distribution shows that the kids actually like triple the adults. So all those ones will not explain it. But here is what I think can explain Nigeria's population growth, because it is important that we look at our birth rates and death rates, right? So if we use just crude birth rate, so what crude birth rate is essentially the average of a yearly birth rate.
Azan, you are not getting my point. See, with all those analysis,
I'm trying to get you to understand.
No, let me land. Those analyses I gave, so will tell you that I will put the estimate of adults in Nigeria to around 67 million. So even if you assume that children are 2/3 of Nigerian population, yet when you add everything up, it's still not up to 200 million. Now, again, when you look at, I don't want to talk about what the research at Africa Police. If you go and look at the Africa Police imagery when they were trying to survey African population and Nigerian population, and they discovered that it's mostly fraudulent because most Nigerian population, they are concentrated in the urban areas. So when you look at all those things, when you look at, I intentionally brought that voting data, that electoral data, I intentionally brought that of telecommunication. Now look at our NIN. You understand? Are we going to say those people that register, that 127 million that register so far, they are from the South? So where are the remaining 130 million people that are not registering? Why so difficult? So see, one thing can explain this.
I don't understand. Where are the remaining 150 that registered for what? NIN?
NIN, yeah. How come? Are you saying that till now we have not registered half of Nigeria population, then are you saying those people in diaspora, they were giving birth to children back at home? So, because, see,
what I'm saying is simple.
this thing is not aligning. We are fraudulent. We are fraudulent with our population, and it's not helping us. We need to do proper biometric. You understand? Biometric validated population sensor. If you have Eleha and those children,
even if they do that one, the biometric one, this one that your minds are made up, you still say it is wrong. It's not.
It's not a matter.
Even if Tinubu goes himself and count everyone after the other, you still say it's not true because it's not aligning. This what you have in your mind is not aligning with reality. So you don't want to accept that fact. You want to accept you don't want to go with the fact.
How did you arrive at the population? How?
Okay.
How did you arrive at the population?
Now you are talking. Okay. Let's just say in 2006 we have 140 million. Okay, and right now, within those between 2006 and 2026 that we are, that's 20 years, right? That's 20 years, right?
I hear you.
Okay, good. I just wanted you to say yes or no. It's not. God, people take things personal. Okay, so what we do is just simple. We take the crude batch rate, and then we take the population as of 2006. Sorry. So we do population base year 2006, the crude batch rate divided by 1,000, and then we do crude death rate by population of 2006. Okay, and then we multiply that crude death rate, we divide them by 1,000. So when we do for Nigeria, what we find is that the crude batch rate is 36 per 1,000 in every population, and crude death rate is 10 per 1,000 in every population. That is within each year. You can go to the Bureau of Statistics and see our annual death rates right from 2006 to 2026. You can go there and see it. It's not as if this information is not there. It's there. Okay, so when you do that, you come to realize that 2007, the birth rate was just around 3 million or something like that. 2008, the birth rate was just around 4 million. Then it started to grow by to 7 million. By 2010, we have like 6 million again. So in 2011, 163 million. Our population was 163 million. So by the time you get to 2017, it's 190 million. You get to 2020, 205 million. You get to 2022, 216 million. So you get to 2026, and you can see why it is perfectly possible to say that Nigeria's population, if you treat each demographic component and how it contributes year by year, you can adjust. And if the projection is accurate to say that 240 million is not far off the cuff for a country like Nigeria, just using normal demographic models in calculating population growth within a fertile population. So there is also this thing of fertility and fecundity, to the point that right now there are some people who are studying Nigeria's fertility. That why is it that Nigeria is so fertile? Even in your infamous Epstein himself was seen discussing with somebody about Nigeria's fertility rates and why Nigerian women are so fertile, and they were doing some research of some sort. Hopefully, we are going to get to the root of what they are trying to do. I know they want to, call our women or something like that. God will deal with every bad person. But anyway, so there are also other issues that you are not paying attention to, which is very important when we talk of population. So there are issues of immigration, the net migration, and then that also is very important because just the population size estimates is and the averages for growth that you take and extrapolate will not necessarily mean anything if net migration, is significant. So if it's in the negative, for example, then it will not make sense. But as Nigeria is and was in 2006 and where it is now, it makes perfect sense that we are where we are, even if it's just on estimates, because we are not Japan, we are not Niger, we are right here in Borno, where like so Yusufari, where it looks like exactly like Niger, but not far from that Yusufari, you still have the Lake Chad. If you look at that lake where it is situated, it's very strategic. That's a water source. Now that Lake Chad has been the artery of the Borno Empire for centuries. So there are reasons why people settle and expand within a system. So Nigeria's space is enough to handle the population, and that is why the population keeps growing and keeps festering. Let me just leave it at that.
Anyway, okay, go ahead. I'll get it back. Go ahead.
Can I put a rebuttal to that your last statement that the Nigerian space is sufficient to handle our population? We can already see that there's a
yes, go ahead.
Pressure. There's a population pressure on our society.
Yes, there are social consequences
yes.
too.
So,
I agree.
That's exactly where I'm going to. Social
I agree. I agree. Yeah.
As a nation,
I was just looking at it purely from a mammalian reproductive.
Yeah, exactly. Looking at just the land space, you can even say the land space. If we are to use the land space the way we should, because
it's not environmentally sustainable. Yeah.
It's not sustainable. We would put the pressure on water. I mean, clean water is a serious contentious issue around the world. Even agrarian land as well. We will put pressure on us. So I don't even think we have the capacity to sustain 150 million people effectively. If we want to sustain them and give them good quality of life, a standardized quality of life, we do not have the capacity to sustain 150 million people. That's just the reality of it. For us even to say that we can sustain 200, it's not sustainable. We don't. Nigeria is actually a very
I agree with your point. I agree with your point. Where the government is right now, where the government is right now, they can't handle the population, and that's why one of the reasons why we have all this social pressure, because there is always a correlation between poverty and crime. Wherever there is poverty, crime will explode. That has always been the statistic that you find.
Even social politically, it's gonna give us pressure, because normally we are humans. We will contest. The resources are finite. And everybody wants a piece of it. So the reality of it is this: we need to start planning, and we need to be serious about how we manage our country. We are not managing it correctly. We are not managing. It's not efficient.
I am also against this uncontrolled, just giving birth. But I also want to stay, clued, and my eyes is on reality. I don't want to go with fantasy. So I agree with your point, Aro. The government cannot sustain where we are and all that. But the reality is that we are where we are.
I have a question, Aro. Do we have a high death rate in Nigeria?
Yeah, we do.
Exactly. We do.
We have both.
Okay, because
infant mortality rate in Nigeria, I don't know. I can check what it is right now. But it's very high.
Infant mortality has gone quite down.
It's gone down a bit, but it was. Up until 2015, it was ridiculous.
Yeah, we've made serious progress.
I believe that we have children. We do have a lot of children in Nigeria, but maybe the death rate may be high. And to the point about the economy or the country cannot sustain that much population is true, but it doesn't mean that we're not having children. We're having a lot of children. I think we just can't sustain those numbers.
I think it's the growth rate you are looking for,
Hold
which
on,
is
Azan, so that
2.5% per year.
Prince Daddy can contribute. So you see one thing, Prince Daddy, that population fraud started even before our independence. So we should know that. So, but when you see all the logic that is contributing to all this fraudulent, fraudulent manipulation, you understand? You can't really see anything scientific that is supporting it. Number one, Nigerians will lie a lot about statistics. Nigeria, the lifespan is very low. Nigeria,
The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
Hold on. So you see now, why should I believe?
Why should I also believe what you are concocting?
Hold on, Azan, hold on. Someone dip hand into water. I say, oh, this thing is hot. It must be 70 degrees. Are you thermometer? So you can't really know the temperature just by using your hand to feel the temperature or the temperature of water. You have to use proper measuring instruments. So whatever we are saying today, because we know that we have dishonest leaders, we have some dishonest citizens too, that they always wave sentiment for things.
Apart from political reasons why anybody wants to inflate the numbers, what do you think is the true population of Nigeria? Forget about the politicians and whatever the regions are doing. Do we have a sense of a more accurate population for the country?
No, whatever I'm giving is going to be opinion and not more than opinion. In my opinion, is this: we should not be more than 140 million to 150 million at max. You understand? Because I've looked at some peripheral data, the way things work. You understand? Even you understand? They may want to dispute that. You understand? So based on all those, you understand, I just make my estimate that we cannot really be more than 140 to 150 million at max. You understand? So we have about 20 million in diaspora, the insecurity in Nigeria, low lifespan, what we call it, life expectancy. So when you see all those things, you understand it contradicts the population we are pushing. And the people that are so far try to do that population statistically is Afropolis. So if anybody, you can just Google them online and go and see their own methodology. These people, they were using imagery, satellite, you understand? So when the population are drifting to the urban area, and we know that the most urbanized area in the country, we find them in the south, you understand? So to me, the population overestimation is just for political benefits. So you will see as we keep adopting technology, it's just a matter of time. All this fraud will be exposed, because we are already exposing that fraud in the area of electoral processes. So it can be extended to our population.
That is where you are wrong. That is where you are wrong. Assuming and extrapolating from that data will always lead you in the wrong direction. That's why I said you are using a statistician mind to do a demography.
You know what they were doing, Azan, you know what they were doing in the North before? During the time of elections, underage, importing people from the neighboring country to come and vote. So by the time you now see this in the population will balloon. No. I feel wonder that we have. How come that you keep having a humongous number of registered voters, but you will hardly see a quarter to 1/3 of them coming out to vote? What drove them to register to start with? Then something that drove them to register, suddenly that kind of thing no longer motivate them to vote. So see,
Aristotle argued that just because
photo showed is over 90 million registered voters. Was that the number from last election?
93 million, please, Daddy. 93 million registered
93 million.
Over 93
really?
million.
So where did those numbers come from?
There is voter apathy in Nigeria also, Sayo.
But even Asana, even though with the voter apathy, I don't think it's that extreme. I think the difference is too extreme for us to say I think it's too extreme.
To attribute it to that alone.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
the number. I think there's a lot of. I think the register is fraudulent, and I think the register needs to be sanitized. The
Yeah,
register is
I agree. I agree too. I just don't want people to just take that as a given and just say, okay,
No,
just
Azan,
because.
you have not given me anything that is.
Okay, let me give you. You won't let me to finish talking. You interrupt me. That's the reason. And me, I like to talk. So if you just let me talk, maybe you get it.
Right.
So I'll just compare Nigeria and Japan, for example, right? So look at it this way. For our fertility rate.
Don't compare Nigeria and Japan. You understand?
What do you want me to compare with? Niger, will Niger do for you?
Compare Nigeria to Nigeria and principle of
Niger or Mali.
Yeah, Niger. Probably you want to do Niger, Mali, or I prefer you to do Nigeria versus Nigeria, going by scientific statistics. You understand? By proper scientific approach.
Okay. So to estimate Nigeria's but we have to start with some agreement now. We have to start with the assumption that the population census of 2006 is true, that it is 140 million or 100 or something. We have to start from somewhere.
It was fraud.
So you see, then what are we talking about? What are we talking about then?
Well, Azan, we can all agree that there's a problem with that census. That although you can say, and that's the problem with us as a people, we need.
Arrow, that's very true. And I predict that when Tinubu does his own and it does not fit the narratives of some people, they will still come here and say he's a fraud too. Arrow, are you there? Or is it me that
we will say it if he didn't do it properly? We will call it what it is. If it's a fraud,
you see where the problem is.
No, Hassan, what we can argue about, what we should argue about is, as you are educated, I'm educated.
Trying to be.
Hassan, I want to ask you this question, please, if you don't mind.
What's wrong with Arrow?
Hassan?
Yes, go ahead.
Hassan, let me ask you this question. Is it true that during census
might not be the right word, but we
that you are unable to count family?
Arrow, you are going off. If you can hear us, try to reconnect.
Oh, can you hear me better now?
You've been off for like 30 seconds.
Oh, sorry. So I'm just trying to say that the census in 2006, I believe, was flawed. What we should argue about is the level of variance, not that there's variance. Now, some people will say that the variance was extreme, and some will say that it's not quite. So I think that's where we should concentrate on. Now, 140 million is the estimate. It could have been more. Now, saying that, it could have been substantially more.
Mm-hmm.
And it could have been substantially less, but we don't do ourselves any favor by not having a proper census. We can't even plan a society. For all we care, we claim that we want to progress as a nation. We cannot even plan the society from a socialist point of view or from a capitalist point of view. If you're a capitalist, you can't plan your society. If you're a socialist, you can't plan for the welfare. We claim we have out-of-school children. People bandy that we have a lot of out-of-school children, but nobody can tell you for a fact how many out-of-school children we have.
There are estimates.
Plan a society.
Almost.
Yeah, there are
20.
estimates. But Assad, you know for a fact that estimate as good. I mean, most countries in the world at this stage that we are in have data for each of their citizens to the best. The level of data would increase for these citizens, from citizens, depending on the activity of the citizen, the social activity of the citizen. But at least there'll be a baseline. We're in a country where there are citizens that are actually absolutely, they are blind to government. They are blind to the institution. They are not accounted for in anything. And that's a disservice to those citizens themselves.
That's true.
If the government doesn't see them, the government cannot plan for them. The government cannot build schools for them. The government cannot build schools for their children that they're going to have in the future. The government cannot build hospitals for them so that when they are sick. So that even when
the government has lost credibility to tell them not to give birth or anything like that because it has distanced itself from them.
I don't see this thing as a matter of inflation. I see it as a problem, as a matter of the government is not accountable to the people because the government doesn't even know that the people are there.
Yeah, guys, let's allow Joel to come in. I think he has some viewpoints.
Yes, I was about to say the same.
Yeah. So I wanted to.
Look at
what happened?
Look at this part. So
The
when
network,
it came
the
in,
network.
they never just.
Joel, what happened?
I didn't win. I didn't the color.
I'm Prince Daddy too. So, Azan, you say one thing is this. I'm not saying we don't have population. I'm telling you, even 100 million is very massive. Okay, it's like Joel is back. Joel, welcome back.
Oh, sorry, I don't know what happened, and I just went off. Okay, sorry. I think my network is not doing good today. All right. I wanted to ask this question because it's an interesting topic. I think we've discussed this topic on One Man Show in the past. And I agree with whoever that thinks that we are not up to 200 million. Now, they say we are 250, right? I don't think we're even 200 million.
Is that not confirmation bias?
No. Forget the confirmation bias. Forget the confirmation
to that. At least you'll agree, right?
No, but that's general consensus. Most of us here have agreed that we are below 200 million today.
We have a starting
point. We are below 200 million. And this is the thing. The corruption came in from when population was used as a determinant for the sharing formula, right? It's still equated into that. So I think people just went out there boosting
and
up
in
their
reality too, just go the whole way now. Why would you stop at that? And in reality too, and from what our eyes see tell us every day, we that are here, not from what we think we know we have seen pass decades ago.
Because this is the thing, right? Because I see so many discrepancies. Now, I think on this show, I don't know who made that point on this show that in the north, right? And Hassan, you're here. In the north, that you can during census, you cannot tell a Malam to bring out his wife or to count his family. It is what he tells you, it's the number he tells you you're going to take. Something like that. So if you
don't
that I have
this kind of propaganda is just so
is it propaganda?
Kind of simplistic thinking of just assuming the northerner is just some fool who cannot think for himself. Do you know how much money the government spends for explaining the process and telling people that there will be a census on jingles on the radio in local languages, explaining the process months before that day, and there is a holiday that is given? No, I'm just trying to get you into the context. Maybe you just hear about it, you've never seen what it's like. So I'm telling you now what it's like. So even if and the government goes through religious leaders, local elders, traditional rulers. Everybody is told and accounted for. In fact, look at the delineation that is there within the when they are doing elections. I tell you that it is far bigger when a census is done, because you are asking an individual to count, say 2-3 blocks, of houses over a 1-week period. So he has time to revise and go back, because that was a manual process where you take fingerprints of, even if it's a baby. So I don't know where you get, and there are women, for God's sake, who can be enumerators and from the community who can do that.
What questions do they ask when the enumerators come? Male or female?
Yes.
Your local government area. You understand? If you say you're a woman, how many children have you given birth to? Are you carrying pregnancy? Now you are talking to a woman in Porter. She's not going to open her face and talk to you. If she say, I'm female, you take it. That is assuming it's not an extremist compound they went, where we just tell you I have 4 wives and that's it. Because not everybody goes. Not everybody will maybe want to bring all the women out in Porter. But what we are trying to do, what this administration says now, is that they are going to capture everybody true
shock you to capture 315 million.
Of course, it's possible.
Oh, because let me explain something now, right now, right? So when it is done in places where, say, they are doing murder or something like that, it is always they always go with a woman, a female.
Open her face.
And you must see them. You must see them. All of them. Yeah. So when it's female, a female,
this new one want to count, so we will see them.
To go inside the house and count the females. The male will stay and then count the males. Simple. There's no.
Okay, so because
but reality is different.
Because the reason why I made this point is this: census is important. It is a way the government plan. It is so much fraud that we've done to ourselves in Nigeria that sometimes we say we don't know what is wrong with us. This is part of what is wrong with us in Nigeria. If you say you have 5 million and I'm giving you money based on 5 million and you have 2 million, you have, if you're not a government that plan or love your people, which we have many of them in Nigeria, then they start renting private jets and massaging females' feet, like we saw in
renting or buying.
Straight bullet to Edo State.
If you get there, no rub fine girl leg. You talk say that
no.
When is your turn?
You see. If it was in Senna Klein, Adams will be resigning because he's married. What are you teaching?
You want to disclose that?
Don't say
it can't have multiple wives.
African man in B.
My father had more than 17 wives. He was a public officer.
Hold on, please. Hold on, please.
What are you talking about?
Hold on, please. See, you see, you have to be example to the people you lead. There's a reason why when you see women on TV as newscasters, right? When you see newscasters, the female newscasters, they are well covered.
Not today anymore.
Right? No. They are even till today. Yes.
Go to substation.
You understand what I'm saying?
Number one.
The issue is this. The issue is this. If you are in a public office, there are certain background that you must keep, because you're not just leading, you're inspiring people. That we have a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in a private jet rubbing a female feet, and his excuse was that it is AI. Was despicable. It was shameful. But this is how these guys.
This is me. I will take it on.
This is how these guys get this excess money. It's part of the ways they get this excess money. We need to be we need to be shrewd in Nigeria for things to work. Are there going to be corruption here and there? Yes. But what are the consequences? Even for census fraud. Because it is important. So what my point is just this, that I hope in this part, because you see, Hassan, in this last election, a lot of things happened in this last election. And on this show, I told one man, 90-something million registered voters. I said, one man, I do not believe it. I knew that number was cooked up. All of a sudden, all the states that were having 2 million, 3 million, 5 million, they could not account for 1 million. River State that used to account for 2 million, because I have stayed in River State. Sometimes I'll ask myself, where are all these people?
That ask me.
Where did they?
So sorry, Joel. So if you now agree that the biometric work and the vote were counted, so why are you disputing the election all this while?
Because it was only the presidential election that had the glitch. Let me answer. I will answer you. I will answer you. I will answer you.
With all honesty,
Because
sir, and all
there were, yeah,
sincerity.
in all honesty, the three elections were held that day. All of a sudden, there was a glitch on the presidential election, and the other two elections, had no problem. There was a conspiracy there.
Okay, so
And
follow-up
the way
question.
the results were even announced show that
You're one slippery
if there
fellow.
was a glitch,
They corner you, still find way to
why
come
did
out.
Obi vote in the
which
southeast?
of economy? Well, I'm not slippery. I'm just being. Is that not what happened? We are speaking facts here. It's not about being slippery.
Follow-up question quickly. If there were glitches, there were no glitches in southeast. And what about all the northeast and northwest votes? Were there glitches against Obi also votes there?
See, let me tell you something. They
Let's
manipulated.
just continue on that parameter. Just answer the question. Don't let us be dancing too much around it.
Hey, I'm not dancing. I'm not dancing. I'm not dancing.
Okay, Obi votes were also cancelled or they were manipulated in the notice.
Obi. Yeah, I want to answer you.
Okay.
Obi's vote was manipulated, even in Lagos, in Port Harcourt, in Imo State.
Vote in the southeast.
Do you understand me?
What about Obi vote in the southeast?
Obi's vote in the southeast. I wouldn't say there was no glitch in the southeast.
Okay, so but what about Tinubu vote in the southeast? Is it manipulated or they were also
No, it was not manipulated. Everything was there.
You are very biased.
No, everything. No. See. There was no way. See, let me tell you something. There was no way. It's not a question of how. There was no way Tinubu could have gotten that. The one he got was even cooked. I am telling you honestly, he's not popular in the southeast.
It's not popular in the southeast.
You understand me? And even after the election, I came on this show and I said, one man has access to Tinubu. Because he went to Nigeria sometime for some meeting with hold on now, let me just plan, please, so we don't talk over each other. He went to Nigeria and he had a meeting with all of them, so he has at least some access. I told one man, I said, oh God, hold on.
So you can see that this guy is very economical with the truth. He was able to tell us that there were glitches in everywhere, but there was no glitches in the southeast. So you are telling us that APC does not have party loyalists. They don't have party, the people that would prefer Tinubu and wanted to vote for him from your own people. But when you look at, I think election took place all over Nigeria, and I don't think election took place in Southeast because it was all OB 99%. When you look at just opposite with all the other states of the federation result, you cannot see somebody getting 94% of the total votes. Even in the Southwest, Tinubu was even not neck and neck, but we can see that even in Lagos, only neck and neck with Obi. In the South, in Osun, Tinubu lost it to Atiku. Even in Oyo, Atiku was able to get about maybe 12 or 15% of the votes. But when you go to the Southeast alone, where election did not took place, where they deliberately jeopardized other people not to vote for any other party than Obi. That is why it got that kind of vote. But luckily, this is 2027. Let's see how it plays out.
Why the silence?
Because
Sorry,
I want you to talk. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
I was talking to someone there. Sorry. So did you
Okay.
catch
Azan has left. Okay, I just came
did
back.
Joel slip away? Did Joel escape?
No, please.
I think Joel is answering a phone call, so anybody can go ahead.
So what's even the
But you
means
know
that
what, Ola, you put everything in a proper perspective, because absent of any data, the telecom data and the likes are sufficient enough for those who know how to do it to be able to project our population. So you put it
Baba,
better.
Baba, I think another data that is important is all this fintech. Okay, all this fintech banking apps and whatnot.
Exactly.
They have high adoption rates across the country. Okay, I think with any statistician can make some inferential conclusions using that as well. I don't think the inflation the population is as big as they estimate. I don't think it's ridiculous and it's bad, Baba, because even 10 million difference of 10 million is enough to cause planning to cause
Damage, yeah.
when you're planning.
Ola put it well, because why is it that it's only Nigeria one that is always in 100% percentile growth? All other African countries, they are not like that. Why?
Because some people, they've always planned to control. It's all about using that data to sustain themselves in power. So that's what they be doing, because that's why you will see now when you look at Kano State, for example, they have Al Jigawa. Let's assume even we know that Lagos State is not as big, but what about the population? Where you will see some of these data. I think it was 2006, if I remember properly, where when Lagos decided to conduct their own census, and they discovered that Lagos is actually more populous than what they were giving. And one fraudulent activities about our population census again is that whenever we are to have major census in that country, everybody now travel back to many people. Don't let me say everybody. Many people travel back to the state. Is that the way to do census? To me,
to boost their numbers.
Exactly. So to me, I think the census that we give us something reasonable, at least, because I don't expect our census data to be 100%. But if we can get something up to 70 to 75% accuracy, then that is good. That is good enough.
Mr. Ola, you're a statistician. 75% is bad. As a statistician, you know that. Because
no. I said it's not bad for a developing country. It's not bad for
even
developing
for us, it's bad. Mr. Ola, for us, from statistics point, it's very bad. Because we can make
can you tell us what the number was for the
Ola, you just make a very good statement now, but it strikes my mind that if that is the case, that whenever I want to have census, people travel to their home, and after the census, they went back to where they are dwelling or doing business. I think it's high time for the state. If you are not an indigenous of that state, so many of these things should not be free for you. School, you have to pay. Health, go to hospital, you have to pay in that state. Or probably, because I don't see any reason why, okay, because of population, then you went back to your state, and then after that, you came back to that state to stretch their own infrastructure, to collect free money. I think
can you please tell us the number, please? Remember.
Okay, sorry,
the number of what? The number of what?
Lagos did their own census.
I can't remember. I think
no, they gave Lagos 17 million and 20 local governments, while Kano, I think, is some almost 29 or 30 million, and give them 44 local government.
But
that's
44.
No, sorry. Is Kano really that? Are they up to that 30 million really?
No.
For where?
No, I really want to know, honestly, because I hear all this, normally anywhere in the world, the number goes as it goes. Once you go close to the coastal line, the number increases. The more further you go from it decreases. That's the way it works. Internet is
but the funny thing, folks, when we started whole hiring, when what's his name now? BRF started dragging that number. They now gave Lagos, I think, 19 million something, but they refused to increase the local government.
Yeah, but how does your population increase the farther you move away from the coastline? That never happens anywhere in the world. So I don't know.
Well, I think for Kano, Kano is not as arid as we like to think it is. I mean, they have a lot of lakes.
No, the number
they have
is
dams.
the
They have a good water body. So
we
in terms of a
know,
place where
Arrow, we know that. I'm saying that the north as a whole is what I'm saying. Like this,
I think it's I mean it's false. The value is false. I don't think the reason that the value is false was it was politically designed beforehand.
No,
I think
see,
the main advantage. Mr. Let me finish.
Okay.
Let me finish. The main advantage of that false value at this present day and age is financial. And it's social political in a way, but greatly financial. Because if you look at when we are calculating even the derivation and we are calculating VAT and all that stuff, a percentage of it, almost 20%, was based on population.
Yeah.
So people are being cheated out because populations have been inflated. The problem is this: if we don't get it back in line, everybody's just going to cheat. Because
and we always hear the phrase, we have the numbers for voting.
The numbers. So if they're going to cheat, I'm going to cheat as well. If they inflate
I want to respond to Babati. I actually want to respond to Babati. So the fraudulent Nigerian population census they did, I think 2006. They officially gave Kano 9.4 million, and they gave Lagos State
how many?
9.4 million. That's 2006. They gave Kano, and we should not forget that Kano, Jigawa moved away from Kano, right? So that's the irony of it. That means if Jigawa was part of Kano, that means that probably they will have almost double the population of Lagos, because I think as at that then, what was even Jigawa population? Okay, I didn't pull it out, so I will come back to that Jigawa. Okay, 2006 census, Jigawa was given about 4.4 million. So Kano plus Jigawa only will be given around 14 million in our population. Okay, so Lagos was given 9.1 million. 9.1 million. So somehow the position Kano better than Lagos in that sense. So when
is it me or is Mr. Ola speaking? I can't hear anything.
I'm the one speaking. Maybe you go out and come back if they can't hear you.
Okay, I'm glad you're here.
Now, when Lagos State decided to conduct their own population census, I think they arrived at around 17 point something million, close to 18 million. You know that was when everybody was in Lagos. There's no way to run away.
I can't hear Mr. Ola, so I think maybe you should go ahead.
Maybe can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you clearly.
Sorry. Ola, I apologize. Sincerely, I apologize. I actually came up just for one thing. Just give me like 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, here. Aro, did you see what happened in Oyo today?
No. What happened again? You know the way it is.
They have. You remember what happened in Kano? Just happened in Oyo today.
Really? They have made all the
the coronation of the Obas.
Oja, really? They've given them a crown at last.
No, they made all the
Oyomisi.
They are all kings now.
Oh, really?
What
about the Oja? Do you know what is playing out? Yeah. I will tell you what is playing out.
But Babati. I support to Babati.
Really?
No, don't support. Don't support.
Baba, what about a man near the Awatoni Lugongon? You know,
that's the Agoja people now. They've given them their Alagoja for Agoja. He's been crowned today.
Today, what's that is the end of Oyona.
Because so they are to ballet now, pretty much. It's like a ballet now. They are getting now.
I think it's Makide's selfish motive, because Ladoja is no more supporting him, and he's also placing himself to be VP to Atiku. That is true. So there's no denial about it. So all this game he is playing is just to attract vote or probably to destabilize the votes in Oyo State.
No, Remy, no. Let me correct you.
Thinking about it differently. No.
Let me correct you. You see, particularly that of the Agoja, that petition, petition predates the death of Obalamidi. It's been there all along, and it was the disease. What's the man's name now? Ajumobi. Ajumobi actually approved for them, but the Alaafin Lamidi went to court to stop that process. So I think that file is the one now that Makinde dusted off.
What about the young to not make them the king?
That one,
no, only two of them, only two of the Oyomesis, and one did not show up.
Why?
They said no.
That is not done.
Pending, they still have 4 more left. Though. They're not done yet.
Yeah. I think it is Makinde is fighting their life. You need to understand this. So remember that the Oyomesi are still not in agreement. I don't know if they still have their case in court with this Alafin. They selected Gbadebo, the Gbadebo guy, and then before this Alafin emerged. So I think is Makinde trying to bribe some of the Oyomesi back into his camp. It could be that.
In fact, it is the sins of Obalamidi that is catching up with the Oyo people now, because he committed so many atrocities.
Baba Towala Gojai, I think it was Yashikpa. The way that man
Oh God, we know the fingers pointed at him, but you cannot take an Alaafin to court.
There are witnesses that even claimed that directly. So technically, but Kasha Maso, because they are still actually I knew that Baba, so I wouldn't want to say much. But I mean, like you said, it's the sins of the man that's catching up to his people. I mean,
but they degraded that of Nitu. Nothing happened. They degraded that of Ibadan. Nothing happened. All the Mogajis now, all the Mogajis and the Bales, they wear crown now, not beaded crown though.
Baba is the Obas are degrading themselves. I don't pity them.
No, but the Alaafin reminds me of what happened in Kano, where you balkanize an emirate. Because even if you have the next governor coming and it brings them back together, almost lose prestige in law. They're the same way anymore.
So BT, a king is as prestigious as he makes the throne.
Well,
this is my own belief. You understand? Yeah, it is how you carry yourself. Those we give so much reverence today. Alake, Awujale, Okeon. Even look at the Egba something, Okeono, Bagura, and Owu, for instance. I mean, you can see, we know the Alake is the supreme there, but there is no dispute because they all carry themselves with some measure. So if you talk of Bagura type this thing now, nobody will tell you it's a small king, and nobody is propagating openly that Alake is superior. The Alake is not wearing chips on his shoulder. But this Alaafin thing has been like that since the days of Lamidi. And Lamidi happened to Baba Adeyemi II, Otutukutu Silenu, but when he was still a prince and growing up. Oro yen lo gbe wa to the throne in 65 or 60 something when they crowned him. And he has been biting everybody ever since. Look at the intrigue, how he removed Oni when Oyo State was still big. Part of Osun State is still big. When he planned with Oba Ashanke. And of course, Olubushe just moved back for them. Luckily, the state was divided. And at the end of the day, Ashanke died. He took over the throne. After him will come Seun to take over from him. And he refused to vacate it, that he will be supreme. So many men, we can count on and on and on and on. He has so many cases, even until he died.
That man was extremely litigious for every small thing.
He will go to court.
But I agree with that. That president mentioned earlier, it depends on the way you carry yourself. and the Alaafin came with the wrong. We stepped on too many toes, and it will near that much in the political circle to be moving that way. It just, I don't know why he was even the same go. I'm still trying to figure out who gave him that advice to move that way, where you are fighting or you're missing the kings, the other kings don't like you. Nobody likes you.
You know what happened?
I don't know.
It was fortuitous for him to be chosen because Makinde actually sympathized with him because their own part of their Shikpa family had never been.
Oh, I want to
Is the Adeyemi side that has been. So he chose you, and of course the Oyomesis refused. Then the Oba Lamidi Adeyemi, the princes and princesses he left behind, they supported you. And in the process, they of course guided you wrongly, in my own considered opinion. And you are foolish enough to accept everything they tutor you. And you start carrying yourself because one, whether we like it or not, no matter how a child is rich enough, you cannot be older than your father. That is our source. Whoever sits on that throne in Ife, whether it's a dog or Alangbao, is our revered leader. Then you came and start throwing tantrum and saying you are the supreme leader of the Yoruba kings, that the Alaafins are now Bore, and start to dig up funny history. Wait, I asked, is Oromio the founder of your empire? If the answer is yes, where did the Oromio come from?
How do we go from census to Yoruba Alaafin? I mean, if you cannot manage your family, why watch your dating in public? Now you are selling kinship. You are selling kinship. No. This is not a Yoruba channel. It's not. This is an international channel. Let's discuss. You're talking about
international people.
Now you are sharing kinship like you're sharing candy. If it happened in Igbo land, now everybody now it's happening on your side. Please. We have international. We have this is an international station. Please, let's keep it that way. Kabati always comes in here, and with this, it is our own picture.
This is passion, so you can't blame him. Because you had the floor and you went off. It's his passion.
It's okay. I am back, but it's some. I was thinking that the conversation will go on.
Now that you are back, take the floor.
Okay, go ahead.
Please. Thank you very much.
In the words of alternative facts, or wherever I call himself, talk your Togo Turenji. Oh, yeah?
Okay, I will talk about Togo or whatever Togo Turenji. So but anyway, guys, please, and just I respect our cultures, but let's just keep it. Let's keep it a buck. The census, my brothers and sisters. The last election we had was an eye opener. I don't know if it was to you, but it was for me because I was searching for those numbers.
Of course, me too.
Look, it went beyond the idea of people not coming out to people not wanting to vote.
Yeah, that's wait, so I don't forget. That voter apathy thing is a lie. Since 1960, we have never had 40% voters coverage. Never. Even Shagari won with 36%. So it's always been a fraud in that voting something. They will register 60,000, 90,000, 90 million, and less than that. That will vote.
Exactly. So what I think happened was, previously, because it was one of the questions I wanted to ask Hassan. Because in the past, we remember that during the election, they even count cattle as human beings. It all happened in our face. We saw the pictures. We saw the clips.
No, of course, in the house, I think it was Senator I've forgotten his name, who told us cows are citizens. Yes, he said it in the Senate.
Actually, you guys are right that in the North, they always do one kind of abracadabra when it comes to
and opening of the border during election,
and also voting. But that does not mean that the other part of Nigeria are also not rigging the election one way or the other. Okay, so when you
hey, no. I'm not saying no. See, I am not saying it's not general. I mean, I made mention of River State.
But if you agree that that last election really, because of the biometric they used, really showed the real actual voting of the people. So why are you why are you talking about
because there were many manipulated results. Tinubu ought not to be in power. There's no way. No way.
Let me say this and then you continue. So for the first time in the history of that country, that 2023 election is probably one of the best elections in that country because it threw up a lot of leaders.
And it showed that there was the highest, the places where you had the highest levels of manipulation and whatnot was actually in your backyard.
No, there was no manipulation.
It wasn't hard to
see. Hold on, let me ask you guys one question. Can anybody?
It was evidence using data and using facts and using. Hold on. Even observers.
Hold on, Arugiriba. I don't know.
Electoral malpractice.
Can Arugiriba hear me?
Places where electoral malpractice.
I cannot hear you.
Most. Oh, really? He can't hear me, or you can't hear me.
Okay,
no,
sorry.
It's like you are the one that cannot hear me because I logged out, I came back, so it's still the same problem. That means.
So maybe let me log out and come back. Let me log out and come back.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me to start with? Can you hear me?
Can you hear Ola at all? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear both of you clearly.
Okay, you don't need to log out. Okay, that's okay. Now, can any statistician tell me this? In 1979, the total registered voters was 48 million. Okay, 1979 to 1993, how many years? The total registered voters was 39 million. You know, it was option A4, so it was so glaring, right? So the total register was 39 million. Now, in 1979, the vote casted was slightly over 16 million. But in 1992, the vote casted was 14 million. So what miracle happened that time? So does that mean that Nigerian population did not grow between 1979 and 1993? So what can someone tell me about that? Because that's like a gap of 14 years, right? Interval. So what happened? What happened during those periods? So this is pointing to us that our population is fraud.
Yeah.
Registered voters, registered voters in 1979 was 48 million, right? Or registered voters in 1993 was 39 million.
But the registered voters in the year 2000, they surpassed 60 million. If you go and check INEC portal or INEC.
That's what I'm saying. Okay. See the radical jump between 93 and what year? 2000 and 1999. See the radical jump from 39 million to 60 million.
There was even a time they are projecting 80 million registered voters. I don't know whether it's 207 or 2 something like that.
All these things are fraud. That's why that when you see element of transparency, that population, that number seems to drop. But when there's no transparency, the number are inflated. So that's
I think in 1993 too. In 1993, right? I would say it was we used the A4, right, in 1993.
Exactly.
And what happened in that 1993 was that Nigerians wanted to vote. Nigeria wanted Abiola, right? So I do not think that they had an opportunity to reach. So those numbers you saw on that day, because when people come out,
they were closer to our number. That's what we're saying.
Because the option is just one. You either choose A or B, and then you line up. So it's easy. They're just two-party system at that time. SDP and the other one? NRC. So you have to just keep behind one. So the the for rigging has been cut down a lot because you just have to file and behind one person, one party. So, but just opposed to what we have
let me tell you a miracle between 1979 and 1978, right? And 1979 and 1983. In 1983, total registered voter was 63 million. See the miracle between 1979 and 1983. Meanwhile, people were so desperate in 1979 too for military to go, right? After several years. Now, 39 million total voters registered in 1979, and in 1983 they jumped from 39 million to 65. That's the radical jump of about 27 million. Can't you see the miracle that we were really we were really reprocreating that country according to statisticians? You see, our population's data is fraud.
If you want to look at it critically, I don't think Nigeria is up to 200 million people. Considering
my brother, we know rich.
Considering many factors, let's look at the Northeast and Northwest. Whether we like it or not, there has been a lot of buy and displacement there over the years. That means it will have reduced the total number of people dwelling in that place, especially if we want to do it state by state. For a state like Borno, if Borno is 10 million, let's assume there are 3 or 4 million people, for this insurgency for 17 years, they have been decimated a lot. So to really say the actual, I think Nigerians should just be around 140 to 160 or 170 million people.
Exactly. That very reasonable. At least 150.
We cannot be up to 200 million. The reason why I gave that number is because when you look at baby boomers, my generation, at least we can say we can have 2 or 3 children. But the generation of today, where they're finding it difficult to even have get married or something like that, they're not producing like we produced that time. And this has affected the whole global population. Because the population of today, they're around 18 to 24 years old in Europe or America and the rest. They don't even care about getting married or even talking about having babies.
Can I even introduce something that's a reality? Because I'm a young person. I've started a family in recent years. And
you cannot say you're a young person when you're
you married late.
Yeah, I did. I started very late. But when I look around, I have friends more in similar circumstances. And one thing I've noticed is that the young people not having children is not just because they don't want to have children. It's actually a difficulty for a lot of people to have kids. Actually, I know more than a few couples that are struggling to have children. Like, that's a reality with a lot of people these days. Like, fertility rates have dropped.
Fertility rates dropped, yeah.
People actually struggle to have kids. Like, I know people that they have a child, they're trying to have another child. It's been a struggle. They're going at it for more than 3-4 years now. It's like, it's just not happening. And that's the reality. I mean, that's a serious thing. I know people that marriages have collapsed because they just can't have kids. And it's just not 1 or 2.
No.
But people are being in vitro these days, though.
The biggest factor is the individualistic lifestyle of people nowadays in the world. Forget Africa. I'm talking about the rest of the world. And because of the also the amount of money you need to raise a family or to make that one child become a better person in future, it's taking a toll on people. So the world has changed. It's not that for example, I will give you an example of Asia, where a lot of people over there, they don't want to have kids at all. They don't care. Even adopt a baby, they don't want it at all. They don't want anything to do with family. They don't want to get married, whether a wife or husband, they don't care. And another factor that you guys are not putting into fact is that the increase in the number of, homosexuality has also increased over the years because of this individualistic nature of people. Women are more independent nowadays. And if a woman is independent, then it's less to control from men. So a lot of men are running away from them. And the only way to find succor is just to go to the same sex, wala again. So when you look at that,
Remy, hold on. The number of homosexuality has grown. I don't think so. It's a fallacy. It's a lie. It grown from where?
Yeah,
PD, is that Prince Daddy? Prince Daddy, I can assure you of one thing.
Look at your neighborhood and tell me what
the number of Agege around you is grown exponentially, and the number
No,
of
it has grown. No, it has grown. No.
Prince Daddy, the
no.
ones
Say, Joe, they are claiming those silly numbers. There's not grown to nowhere.
Prince Daddy,
But by the way, you know, you have to look at.
all we know.
I'm sorry.
You might be Agege for all we know. Nobody knows.
Oh, you're a comedian. You're a clown from Ireland, but no problem. The issue, no, it comes down to the definition of homosexuality or whatever. They've morphed. See, Joe, I think you know better. Here in America, you'll be surprised the number of people that claim to be homosexual, all this nonsense, LGBTQ garbage. It's not grown. It's a fallacy. It's just projected garbage. It is not true. It is not true at all. And I can agree that a lot of people that would have been in the closet have come out, or they do come out, unlike before. That I agree. But just to say that people are just becoming gay all of a freaking sudden, it doesn't happen. It's a lie. It's a big fat lie. It doesn't happen.
Okay. I mean, I don't have that. I mean,
have you been to Atlanta lately? Have you been to Miami lately?
Atlanta on is I don't know.
Well,
Atlanta is too much.
People are allowed to express themselves unlike the way it used to be before, and that is fine. A lot of people are doing for social reasons, not because they are gay or whatever the heck they think they are. They're not, and it pleases the yeah.
Please, Daddy, a quick question. Do you think out of every 10 American, do you think 1 or 1.5 will not be
out of 10? I don't think so. That's you talking about like 10%? I don't think so. Hell no. Where is that coming from? I mean, okay. See, maybe I'm missing something. By the way, is there all of a sudden? Maybe hold on. Is there all of a sudden that a homosexual, gay or LGBT gene just came about all of a sudden in our DNA? I don't know. See, there's a concerted effort by this group, okay, to extrapolate and to forge the numbers, to put it that way, to make it sound like they're important and they're growing in numbers. They're not growing. Yes, there's the problem with the LGBTQ or this homosexual stuff is a social construct and a social issue whereby they are grooming little children. Yeah, I mean it's. I mean, if you want to talk about its danger and how dangerous it is in society, I agree with you.
Hold on, Prince Daddy. I don't know whether it is allowed to use that, but let's we say agege, you know, so that I don't know whether YouTube policy. I don't know the policy, so agege. Let's use agege.
I mean. We talk about homosexuality. We talk about. I mean, it's not a bad word.
No.
I mean,
use agege. Use the word agege.
I don't want to use agege. There's nothing wrong with the word. I mean, in fact, if they freaking hear you saying that, they might get upset that you're trying to deny them the visibility to be known. They're actually going to sue you for trying to keep them away from being known.
Okay, no, I don't know whether
are you advocating for them now? Are you advocating for our dear friends of the?
I'm not. Of course, I'm not advocating for them, but I'm just trying to tell you that don't fall into the pit or the trap of this social construct that homosexuality is growing. Look at what Rami's saying. For every 10 America, do I think there's one a homosexual person? I don't think so. Where did they
don't call it a social construct? That might be offensive. You know, I've read. I've read some of the individuals claim that they believe it's a DNA thing. They think they're just made like that. You know?
Well, I'm not disputing the way they can believe whatever they want to believe or however they want to believe it. But I don't want us to fall into the trap thinking that, yeah, all of a sudden in today's world, people are just being born gay. No, it's a lie. Just like most social engineering, there's been a concerted effort by this group especially, to trying to promote this lifestyle. And a lot of in fact, if you go to a lot of kids now, they tell you that they are gay or something, and you ask them, why are you gay, or what is gay, or being an LGBT? They don't know. They just being indoctrinated and being told what they think they should be. And it's fashionable, by the way, Look at the freaking Hollywood and the television. It is fashionable. And you know, as young